Good morning, everyone. Is my mic on?
Yeah.
Good. So good morning, everyone. I'd like to call the regular meeting of City Council with the Committee of the Whole to order for Monday, May 31st, 2021. Before we begin our agenda and our regular meeting, I want to speak about today in terms of the announcement on late last week of the horrific discovery of a mass grave at the Kamloops residential school with 215 children in that mass grave. Honestly, I think we've all learned and heard the stories of the residential schools to varying degrees, and certainly as a young person growing up in Dawson Creek, it wasn't anything that I had any experience, knowledge, or understanding about. I never learned about residential schools until later in life. But this past weekend, when you hear the stories of how 215 children are buried in a mass grave, how could that have happened in our Canada, our country we love and are so proud of, that we hear this occurring. And it's horrific. I think all of us, I can't imagine, it's unimaginable to me that any of us could ever think about experiencing that in our own personal lives for our children or anyone that we know. And I think, to me, it's a huge signal for us. We all need to take this and do better. We need to do better as a country and as a municipality and as individuals to ensure that we help to heal the things that have occurred in our history. And so today, I would like to ask Council, our flag policy, we have certain criteria around when we lower the flags, and today I would like to request Council's support of us making the lowering those flags in memory and of those children, and all the survivors, all the people who experienced this horrific piece of our history, and that we make a motion that we lower those flags for 215 hours, starting this morning, in memory of those children. And I'd like to make that by way of a motion so that we can direct administration to have that undertaken this morning. Councillor Wilbur, thank you. Second. Council, any comments? Councillor, let me just get on here. Sorry. Councillor, got anybody wanted to speak to it? Okay, thank you. So move Councillor Wilbur, second Councillor Dober. Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. And so, Blair, if you can direct its staff to proceed with that.
We'll do that immediately.
Thank you so much. Now I'd like to move into our delegations, and our first item this morning is our proclamation for June this month as Filipino Heritage Month, and it's a real pleasure. I'm very proud today to be able to read this proclamation. The Kalipi South Peace, the organization in Dawson Creek representing those amazing Filipino residents that have become part of our community and have become and done such an amazing job of coming into our community and making Dawson Creek and the Peace Region their home. I'm very proud today to be able to read this proclamation. Whereas Filipino associations and societies were first established in 2017 and evolved into some of the largest, oldest, and most active Filipino groups in the Peace Region. Whereas today, Filipino organizations with the primary goal to increase understanding among Filipino immigrant and Canadian, specifically Dawson Creek culture. And whereas the spirit of the Pahanian, helping one another to achieve a goal is strong among us, so are the values of fun, culture, and family. Now, therefore, I hereby proclaim the month of June 2021 be known as Filipino Heritage Month in Dawson Creek. These folks are absolutely committed to family, they're committed to community, and they're committed committed to each other, and so it's with pride we provide this proclamation to our community residents. Our next delegation this morning, 2.2, we have Kathy Peters from the BC Anti-Human Trafficking Educator and Speaker and Advocate on this topic, joining us this morning. Kathy did a presentation to our Peace River Regional District a month or 2 months ago. I'm afraid I'm losing track of time these days, but we wanted to extend the invitation to Kathy this morning to be able to provide an overview and an update to Council on this really, really important subject, and I appreciate Kathy taking the time to join us this morning. Good morning, Kathy. Welcome and thank you. The floor is yours.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Your Worship. So human sex trafficking and sexual exploitation for the purpose of prostitution is the fastest growing crime in the world, and very much here in BC. So what is human trafficking? It's the recruiting, transporting, transferring, receiving, holding, concealing, harboring, or exercising control over a person for the purpose of exploiting them. The key word is exploitation. This is modern day slavery. Here are some stats. 13 years old is the average age of recruitment into the sex industry, much younger for Indigenous girls. In the Lower Mainland, it has now dropped to 10, 11, and 12-year-old girls. COVID has made this worse. The traffickers are very organized and sophisticated. 54% are Indigenous. They are severely overrepresented in the sex industry, and much higher numbers in the urban centers. This is the worst case of systemic racism in the country and in our history. I shared this with the BC Indigenous chiefs and Federal Minister of Justice David Lametti a couple of months ago. At the very least, Indigenous women and girls want forensic nurses and rape kits. 82% involved in prostitution had childhood sexual abuse or incest, which is preparation for prostitution later on. 72% live with complex PTSD. This is the worst form of trauma a human being can experience. 95% in prostitution want to leave. It is not a choice. It is not a job. It is not work. It is not sex work. 86% have housing needs, 82% need drug rehabilitation, and here's a new stat I just got. 84% of prostituted persons are pimped out or trafficked, and that usually means organized crime is involved. So the majority by far are being pimped out. I've been raising awareness about sexual exploitation, and specifically child sexual exploitation and trafficking, to every city council, MLA, MP, and police agency in BC since the Protection of Communities and Exploited Persons Act became federal law in 2014. I raised awareness about this law so the police would enforce it, so the public would understand it and be able to report it. The law has three parts. Number one, it targets the demand by targeting the buyer or exploiter of sex. The predator, trafficker, pimp, facilitator, John, buyer of sex are criminalized. Number two, recognizes the seller of sex as a victim, usually female, and is immune from prosecution. Number three, exit strategies are put in place to assist the victim out of the sex trade. So the law focuses on the source of the harm, the buyers of sex, and the profiteers. The clear statement from Parliament was that girls and women in Canada are not for sale. This is the RCMP poster, that they are full human beings with dignity and human rights. Vancouver and Toronto are global sex tourism hotspots. Now, this is what people don't know. Canada is known as a child sex tourism destination. And I got that from the Trafficking in Persons Report 2020 from the U.S. State Department. And also this book is scathing. It's called Sex Industry Slavery, Protecting Canada's Youth. This just came out in 2020, written by a Manitoba police officer. This is his PhD thesis. So council has received my handouts, my package, and those handouts are a great start to address human sex trafficking, especially the handout that I sent you on how to prevent child sex trafficking. My website also has very important information on it, beamazingcampaign.org. So you all know the global sex trade is growing fast. It is targeting children because children is where the money is, and it's fueled by the internet where most of the luring is taking place. Contributing factors to a growing sex industry is globalization, unregulated technology, no surprise, limited law enforcement, and very little prevention education, and that's the bit that I do. Canada has a new national human trafficking hotline number. I sent you the wallet card. There's the number. Provincially, we have OCTIP and Victim Link. OCTIP stands for the Office to Combat Trafficking in Persons. But I don't hear anything about them anymore. I used to go to their workshops, and I don't know what's happened to them. Pornography is fueling the sex industry and creating the market for commercially paid sex. Men and boys are the buyers of sex and are the key to end exploitation. I think the Moosehead campaign has got that idea. Our boys and men, and this is a great line I got from Vancouver Police Department, our boys and men need to understand that there's a sacred part of the woman they have no right to. So what can you do in Dawson Creek? I just recommend a really simple strategy. You want to reduce demand by targeting complicit businesses and diminish the supply by education and public awareness. So you can train your business licensing managers what to look for when granting business licensing. This is a very effective way to give the message to the sex industry it is not welcome in your community. Like Port Coquitlam has really understood this. Burnaby, Richmond, they're all doing steps. For example, probably number one is unregistered massage and body rub parlors. Number two would be nail spas, then holistic health centers, day spas, modeling agencies, tattoo parlors, escort services, cheap bars and hotels, men's clubs, Airbnb, VRBO, casinos, strip clubs, organized crime clubhouses, truck stops, homeless camps and tent cities, work camps. And here's one, I just talked to some Indigenous women yesterday. They added dance clubs, group homes, foster homes, pool halls, and rec centers can all be typical covers for sex trafficking and exploitation. If there are crime clubhouses, you can use land use bylaws to remove them. Regarding hotels and motels, Ontario is best practices to curb trafficking. They mandate registration of every guest who is physically in the room. The sex industry is targeting our youth, children, and vulnerable in every BC community, and schools are the recruiting grounds for gangs and sex trafficking. A critical deterrent are the school liaison officer programs in schools because officers prevent crime and protect the vulnerable. An anti-police narrative will harm our communities. They are the only people trained to enforce the law. BC is getting further and further behind every province in Canada in both enforcing the federal law, which we're not doing, and raising awareness with prevention education. Public awareness in BC is completely lacking. That is why I sent information packages to all 190 city councils and regional districts in BC to warn of this rapidly growing crime. And I have been working on this for 40 years, just so you know how long I've been doing this. I have three asks. Number one, can I present any stakeholders in your community? Number two, could you please alert the Premier and Solicitor General that this crime is a priority in BC and needs funding for provincial law enforcement and a provincial awareness campaign. BC needs an interagency human sex trafficking task force similar to what is available for drugs and gangs. Number three, could you write me a letter of support? And just so you know, I did meet with Mike Farnworth just a week and a half ago, and I am meeting with the Assistant Commissioner today, Dwayne McDonald from RCMP headquarters. Thank you very much.
Kathy, thank you so much. And honestly, when you presented and gave us the overview at the RD, I thought it was very, very well done, and appreciated the opportunity and wanted to ensure that you presented to our council. So I'll turn it over to council now. Any questions, comments from council? Councillor Wilbur?
Sure, thank you. Thank you, Kathy, for your presentation. And I always enjoy touching base with you at UBCM, and hopefully we'll get to do that again one day. But I want to thank you for this information, because sometimes people don't recognize that it is on our back doorstep, that it is reality, that it's here. and we need to do something about it. So I just want to thank you for coming to the PRRD, for coming to our city council, and for all the work that you've done on this, because it's really an important topic. And it's time that we recognize it and make our voice stronger. So yes, I just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you. Anything further, Council? So, Kathy, thank you so much. We will bring this back. Sorry, Councillor Earl, did you have a question? Okay. We will bring this back under Mayor's business with your requests and deal with them at that time. Thank you again for presenting to us this morning. We really appreciate you taking the time.
Good. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. Our next delegation, Wayne Plennert, will be on at 1 o'clock, and so we'll now move to late items. Item 3, 3.1, we have an email from Annette Andrews, who is the Resource Development contact for Northeast BC with the United Way. And the United Way, I took the opportunity to, before I go, I took the opportunity to join the United Way Board of Directors last year in an effort. The United Way do so much really terrific work across, I think, the province, the country, in terms of supporting community organizations, that I wanted to do something personally to volunteer some time to help bring the support and awareness of United Way into Dawson Creek and the region because of the work that they do. And so I met with Annette a week or so ago, and this is a new campaign that they've started, and their partner in Dawson Creek, the Dawson Co-op, is leading this, and it's an employee campaign at City Hall that we wanted to bring back. It's the Period Promise, and so this is a really important, I think, topic, and I really appreciate the work that they're doing, and so we wanted to bring it forward to Council. And we need a motion, Brenda, to support the campaign.
Excuse me, through your worship.
Yep.
We first need a motion to receive the late item.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Earl? Sorry, Councillor Wilbur, were you? Councillor, so I have, the mics are going now. Councillor Earl?
Move that we accept the late item.
Thank you. Second, Councillor Wilbur, all in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. And go ahead. Councillor Earl?
I'll move that we support the fundraising initiative.
Thank you.
The initiative.
Thank you. Councillor Wilbur, second?
Yes.
Discussion? Comment? All those in favor? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Councillor Dober.
Oh, thank you, Worship. I just had one question. I'm all for all these organizations that bring things to communities and better lives of people. Some of these big ones, I'm a little hesitant on because, I know the CEO of United Way made $1.5 million last year. So my concern is like, do you know what percentage of funds collected actually sticks to the community, or do they have like I noticed in this that there's talks about the co-op donating and, funds that are donated will go back to the networks. Is it 100%, do you know, or is it?
So I can't tell you exactly what the percentage is for the share in the United Way of Northern BC. I do know that any of the funds raised as a result of the initiatives go back into supporting the community, as well as all of the other events like major corporate sponsors that are then shared within the province. So I just did a thing, my old life with ICBC, they raised $350,000 their employee campaign, and that then is also benefits the work that they do across British Columbia. So there is that as well, but I can't tell you exactly what the percentage goes to administration in United Way in Northern BC as opposed to the supporting the initiative.
Okay. And I'm for the promotion of this stuff. I just was just a question.
And I will get a list of the events and organizations that they have supported and do support. I know they Step Up and Ride is one that they've supported, and different organizations like that in the community. And it was from that perspective I thought I got to get involved to help because they are benefiting our community.
Yeah. Okay.
Councillor Wilbur.
I just note that it actually does state that all in-kind donations will go to network ministries and that all cash donations made online or by check will also go to Network Ministries, and that the co-op will be matching all cash donations. So I think as a follow-up to Councillor Dober's concerns, we could ask them to give us a printout at the end to say what was collected and ensure that all, as they stated, that all of it went to Network Ministries. So they have stated all. If they hadn't stated that, I'd be on the same line of thinking and question it, but they have said all of it will go to Network Ministries, so we'll hold them to bar.
Thank you. Councillor Earl?
No, that was from.
Thank you. Any further comments, discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. Item 4 is new council business, and the first one, we have a motion from Councillor Jovac.
So I'd like to make a motion that the mayor be delegated with the authority to approve requests for support letters from nonprofit organizations for grant applications to Northern Development Initiative Trust, and further that staff be directed to create a checklist to ensure that the organization is a nonprofit in good standing, and that the request letter includes the name of the NDIT funding program being applied to, the amount of financial support being applied for, and the request is for service within the city.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Parslow? Discussion. Go ahead, Councillor Jovac.
Yeah, so what prompted this is a personal experience. The Ski Hill has applied for a number of NDIT grants in the past, and we applied for another one this year. And one of the, you have a lot of hoops that you have to jump. And one of them is that you have to get a support letter from the municipality or the regional district. And it's always one of those things that's an unknown. And what's happened in the past with the regional district is, you know, you have to wait for the meeting to come up. And sometimes the meeting is too full, so it has to be moved to the next meeting. And in the meantime, you're on edge because you want a complete good application so that you get an approval. And so that kind of stuff has happened in the past. With the last experience that I had here the other day, I submitted the request, and within a day, they provided the letter, which was a big relief because, you know, that's another thing that's off the list that you don't have to worry about. So I thought it was a really excellent system that they've got, and I thought that we could probably adopt the same thing.
Yeah, the RD have changed that policy to give the board have that policy now to allow that exactly for that reason.
Yeah.
So, administration, do you have any comments on that in terms of process for us, and is it just changing the policy? Blair?
Your worship, we can come up with that and report back based on what's been asked for in here. I think it makes a great deal of sense that yourself, along with administration, once it's been reviewed, would have the ability to endorse a support letter versus having it come to the agenda every time and having groups have to wait for the next council meeting.
Good, thank you. Councillor Wilbur?
I like this. I agree with it. The only part that I'm having a problem with is the last part there, Councillor Jovac, and the request is for service within the city. I would be happier if it was within the Peace River Regional District, because many organizations do apply for funding, but their services fall outside of Dawson Creek's municipal boundaries.
But I think they go then to the RD for that letter of support within the RD through that structure, I believe.
Because I like sometimes it depends on the grant, because NDIT will say you need a letter of support from the city. For example, I'm not sure then if the Ski Hill was to apply, is that service within the city?
I think they go, right? That's why they go to the RD, is because it's a service outside, so they got to go to that jurisdiction, I think, within the.
Okay, because I know we just had one from the art gallery who's partnered for a project, and we approved the support to the NDIT grant, but I know those services won't necessarily be completely within the city. So, because I know the partnering organization, so that's my concern. Does it have to be within the city, and that's the boundary, or are we saying then we refer to Peace River Regional District? I think that has to be encapsulated in that.
Councillor Jovac?
Yeah, the letter of support has to come, according to the instructions from the NDIT, it has to come from the location that it's in, whether it's in the regional district or the city, or, you know, it could be another municipality, but it has to become, the support letter has to come from that organization.
Thank you. Councillor Parslow?
Yes, thank you. I completely agree with the sentiment of this recommendation from Councillor Jovac. Councillor Wilbur was also touching on a point I wanted to make. I'm aligned with what Councillor Wilbur is saying. I was going to suggest an amendment to this, adding to the recommendation as presented, with the words, or directly benefits residents of the city. So I'd like to make that as an amendment, and I will speak to it if I get a seconder.
Thank you. Councillor Wilbur. Go ahead, Councillor Parslow.
Yes, so I applaud this, but as Councillor Jovac so correctly stated, you know, you want to put forward your strongest application. And, you know, we have a lot of synergy between what goes on within the city and what goes on in the regional district. And I've always encouraged people to get a letter from the regional district and from the city, just to have as much support from the total area as possible, just to strengthen the application. And so that's why I'm making this suggested amendment.
Thank you. Further discussion? So on the amendment that we include as presented by Councillor Parslow, or any other organizations that directly benefit the city, on the amendment, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And on the main motion, now that as presented by Councillor Jovac, be ready for the question. All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. I don't have the ability to shut off Councillor Parslow's mic. Oh, wait. There. Sorry. Maybe I do. Thank you. Any other new councillor business? Councillor Earl, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a couple items to report on. I attended the Community Advisory Committee meeting for Niganaw Place last week, and just want to report back to Council that they do have residents in there, and their intent is to, by the end of last week or this week, have completed all of the intake applications to fill the spots. They are fully staffed and operational, so there's that. And I also, although it is mentioned later in the Committee of the Whole as the city's liaison to the community cleanup campaign, I wanted to thank and congratulate staff and all of the participating organizations on a job well done. There were 61 sites cleaned and 29 nonprofits and 2 businesses, which included 453 participants, picked 489 bags of garbage up off our streets and parks, and 8 bags of recycling. So thank you very, very much to those folks, and thank you to everybody who was commuting while they were doing that and watched where they were driving.
Thank you, Councillor Rowland. Thank you for taking the lead on that. It was obvious as you've seen the groups out in the community, and as always, really, really appreciate the volunteer efforts of those groups who step up and help clean the community, and I thank you for taking the lead on behalf of Council. Other new councillor business, anyone?
Yes, I have.
Go ahead, Councillor Parslow.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Please bear with me during this meeting. I'm juggling between computer and cell phone, given to the same problem with my computer as Councillor Earl experienced just recently. The health and well-being of our residents is of paramount importance. Also, having data about the state of the health of residents in our community is equally as important to our medical profession. I've had some dealings with a long-term serving doctor in our community who is totally frustrated that she cannot get basic information from Northern Health concerning the incidence of cancer in our community. And I wondered if the good office of the mayor could assist in trying to get basic data information about the well-being of community health concerning the incidence of cancer from Northern Health.
So I remember about 2 years ago when this was raised, and I certainly got the data from the BC Cancer Agency, and I'd be happy to reach out again and get as updated information as I can. But I remember they did get us a full kind of overview of the rate of cancer in the South Peace by the various types of cancer as well. So I'll be happy to reach out and follow that up.
Thank you. I knew you would. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Anything further?
No, nothing further. Thank you.
Any other council business? The next item then, we'll move to item 5, the adoption of our minutes. So we have the minutes of our regular meeting of council for May 10 for adoption. Move Councillor Wilbur, second Councillor Dober. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Any business arising out of the minutes for anyone? So, administration, we have a memo from our corporate officer regarding the proposed motion of the final draft of the housing needs report, which we had, I think, a month ago. So one of the most, sorry, Councillor Jovac, go ahead.
I'll move that council receive the memo from the corporate officer re-amalgamated housing needs report feedback. Further, that council approves the housing needs report feedback as presented on May 31st, 2021, and direct staff to release it to Urban Matters.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Kemp, discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead, Councillor Parslow.
Yes, I really appreciate the additions that have been made to this, and particularly the notice of engagement of people who are, so if I can use the expression, frontline on this. So I just like to commend all the input that's been given to this because it nails all my concerns, so appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Parslow. And so I reached out to and had a meeting, we'll talk about it later in Mayor's business, but we did have a meeting with the senior folks from BC Housing in regards to the report and next steps and moving forward. And I also met with executive directors at the South Peace Community Resources Society in regards to that component around housing for at-risk women and transitional housing. So we're going to go to work on this, and we need to begin to move this topic of housing forward for our communities, for seniors as a priority, I believe, and certainly more affordable and transitional and the full gamut. And so I'm excited about having this first step done. Any further discussion on the motion? All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. Correspondence. We have 7.1. We have a letter from the members of Action for Canada. Councillor Earl?
I move that we receive for information, Your Worship.
Thank you. Second? Councillor Dober? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. 7.2, we have a letter from Corey Inkster from the Dawson Creek Grad Fest Committee with a request for their grad red carpet event. Go ahead, Councillor Wilbur.
Do I have to move to receive for discussion?
No, move the motion.
I can move the motion. I have one So I would move that we fill their request, but I did have a question of staff. This is normally what we've done in the past, is provide barricades, that kind of stuff for them.
We have, your worship, most recently, though, council has taken the position that they would drop off barricades. They would be set up by the user groups. We would pick them up, I believe, Kevin, versus the time. This is a request that we would work. I have had discussions with Corey. Whatever will work, we can drop them off. They will provide the location. They will have people set them up and take them down, and we would deliver them from Public Works and pick them up and take them back as the city's portion of this help.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Kemp? Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Sorry, go ahead, Councillor Domer.
Sorry, I'm just a bit confused. So is the motion accepting the request on the letter, or what Blair?
Yeah, we'll accept the request, and then administration will work with them to meet the needs of whatever they drop them off.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
7.3, we have an email from Deborah Pittman, a resident of the city of Dawson Creek, regarding a request for the city to purchase property. Councillor Jovac?
I'll move that we deny the request.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Earl? Discussion? Ready for the question? Councillor Earl?
Well, I do, even though I moved to deny the request, I do want to give this petitioner the courtesy of speaking to it and letting it know it is, we have, as we're all aware here, and hopefully people in the community, we have been working diligently on rectifying this issue. And with respect to both the infrastructure currently being moved on and put in place, and with respect to the processes put in place, obviously, as frustrating as this is for this homeowner, and nobody doubts that, it's hopefully an issue they won't have to deal with moving forward.
Thank you. Further discussion? Ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. 7.4, we have a letter from Chelsea McKay from the Dawson Creek Pride Society regarding a request to raise the Pride flag and recognize June as Pride Month, and request that the Pride sidewalk be repainted. Councillor Jovac. Or sorry, Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Your Worship. Since there's two asks on this, would I have to make it in two separate motions, or can I make the whole?
The policy of our flag is that we fly the flag, I believe. We don't need to address that, administration. We don't need specific permission. The Pride flag is part of our policy. Yes?
Correct.
Yes, through Your Worship, that's correct. The flag, raising of the flag is included within our flag policy.
Okay.
So it's just the sidewalk is the request that's outside of policy.
Okay, well, I will move the second portion of the request then, that the City of Dawson Creek repaint the beautiful rainbow crosswalk in front of Dawson Creek Secondary School on 15th Street.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Wilbur, discussion? Go ahead, Councillor Earl first, and then...
Just out of curiosity, I know there is cost to the city. I believe if last year is any indication, we paint the initial crosswalk and then the society through volunteers maintains it. Obviously what happened last year was required much more maintenance than anybody would have liked. I'm just wondering what the cost is there and what it's allocated from.
Go ahead, Kevin. I'm not getting it, sorry.
Does it matter that everyone on this side's Greendale?
Well, I'll start from here. Are you there, Kevin? No.
There we go. So through your worship, the cost for paint is in the hundreds of dollars. We probably spent less than $1,000 in paint last year. Where the cost probably more so rises is the staff time to continually to go back and to deal with that, and the numerous times we had to go back and paint. So I can't remember. I believe last year we did bring something to council that had a total cost, and I think it was in the $1,500, $2,000 range, just going off memory, to do that work. That's what I know.
Sorry, did you have a follow-up, Councillor Earl?
No, I was under the impression that the subsequent maintenance last year had been done by volunteers. I didn't realize we had. I understand the reason why you wouldn't necessarily want volunteers overlapping with what the city's doing, but.
So through your worship, I believe near the end of the issues that we had, the volunteers did come forward and we provided some barricades for them. But prior to that, staff did go back a number of times.
Thank you.
Cool. Thank you.
Councillor Dober?
Thank you, Worship. I'm for painting this. I just, at one time I wasn't sure that the cost was going to be a lot more than $1,500 to paint it, but I had an idea that maybe, as a community, it would, if we supplied the paint and went out and helped paint it, as, a couple councillors volunteered, that it would just show our support in the community of everybody's equal and that this is important to our community. So it was just a thought that I would volunteer my time to go and help paint. I've seen the people from the organization out there painting quite a bit. I live right down there, so I would be in for supporting it.
And I think their request is we paint it once and then they will look after it following that if there are any issues that need to be addressed.
Yeah.
As the way I understood the request that they have. Councillor Parslow, go ahead, sorry.
Yes, thank you. Well, I support this as well, and I really appreciate what is written in the penultimate paragraph, which reads, "We believe that Dawson Creek should be a place where LGBTQ2S people can make a home for themselves and their families. Gay and trans residents of Dawson Creek pay taxes and make the city a better, more diverse and beautiful place to be." And I think that is really the sentiment of council as well. So I am glad that they're willing to be a part of keeping this sidewalk up to good standards, and it's a good partnership. So thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Jovac?
We approved the sidewalk to be put in initially, and I would think that we would put it on the same schedule as all the other crosswalks, and we repaint it the same as we do with all the rest of them. And we shouldn't have to go through this every year where they're asking for the city to paint the sidewalk. So is that what's going to happen, or are we going to have a different schedule for it, or what?
I think the request that we get on this one is a specific request of the Pride sidewalk and the coloring in it, so it's not a consistent sidewalk crossing like we have at the other location. So I think that's the purpose of us having to make this specific request, because it does carry additional costs. I think with the aspect of the paint that doesn't come from our standard supply. Blair?
Your Worship, it could be done either way. Presently, we look to a motion of council each year. If the motion was that City Council supports the repainting of this every year, that would be a single motion then, and we would do it. The new design will take some additional, I don't know if I challenge is the word, because for those of you that have been by recently, it's still there, the Pride sidewalk, although albeit worn. So it would take some additional work this year to alter the design based on the paint. I do want to point that out. So.
Thank you. Councillor Wilbur?
Thank you. Both things I was going to say were touched on. So I agree with Councillor Jovac. I think that this we've said we want it there. We've supported it. I think we should just, I'll have to make a motion afterwards that we just include it. I do like the new design, and I know that it's going to be more, and I'm always the one saying, just do it, but it's completely inclusive, and so universally across the world, this has become the flag. And so I think if we're going to be completely inclusive, that we go with the new design, and I am prepared to make a motion afterwards that this just becomes a part of our sidewalk, our crosswalk maintenance in the future, and then it's done.
Thank you for that. Further discussion? Are you ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. Councillor Wilbur?
Thank you. I would like to move that the proposed new look for our inclusive crosswalk be included in regular maintenance of crosswalk crossings in the community and by this design. Does that work?
Thank you. For the date, so if I can just get a seconder for that motion. Councillor Jovac, Blair?
Your worship, just for clarity on the motion, is the motion that the city will paint the initial spring painting of the crosswalk, post that it will be maintained by the city or not by the city, by the society?
I think we can work with the society. I think it becomes a part of our initial sidewalk painting, and then from there we can work with the Pride Society if it hopefully never does, but if it does need to be repaired or maintained throughout the season.
So that would be the society will repaint throughout the city. I just want to be clear so that we can, for public works, as we go through this, because, and I agree, I hope that we don't experience what we did last year, hopefully. But if it does, it has to be acted upon quickly too. Sometimes the rudeness of people that take it into their own hands to deface something has to be covered up.
The request that certainly Chelsea made on behalf of the Pride Society, we're also offering to help, as we did last year, in repainting the crosswalk in the event that it gets vandalized again. Yeah. We offer to continue offering our volunteer labor in repainting in the case that vandalism happens after the initial painting is done by the city in June. I took that, and part of Councillor Dober's, I think, comment was, look, if it happens again, the volunteers are fully prepared to go out and do that, as I think would any one of us who got asked to support them. So I believe, to me, that's the intent. We paint it in our normal course of duties as we're going to now. Yeah. And if it becomes vandalized or damaged in some way, that the Pride Society will be, we will look to them to repair it as they've indicated they would. Councillor Jovac?
Yeah, it should be on the same schedule as all the other sidewalks. Now, if we get vandalism on city property, for example, on the wall of the arena, we deal with that right away. And this, to me, is city property as well. Now, the interpretation of, vandalism that needs to be corrected, there's some interpretation there. But I mean, if somebody puts a bunch of vulgar writing on the crosswalk, the city should clean it up, the same as you do for any other city property. Tire tracks on there, that doesn't bother me as much, but there has to be some standards, and if you rely on volunteers for something like the vulgar words or something, I don't think it's effective.
So I think, honestly, to me, we'll work with the Pride Society and ensure that if it will get rectified, and we'll take that into consideration, I think, in working with them to ensure that proactively we see that the vulgarity and the things that have occurred in the past get dealt with expeditiously. And the Pride Society have indicated they're completely willing to ensure that they're there to help as well as they have been throughout. So if they can't get it done, and we will, then that'll be part of our consideration in terms of the budget that we set for this initiative on an annual basis. But I have complete confidence in the Pride Society. They were there last year, and certainly they will be there again this year. So thank you for that, Council. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carry. Thank you. 7.5, we have a letter from Kelly Gunn, the Vice President of Northern Health Primary and Community Care, in regards to the virtual primary and community care clinic. So I'm not sure, is there a specific request, or is this just outlining their intent to provide this now a new additional services of the virtual care virtual clinic? Blair?
Your Worship, I believe this is really sharing the information about the online side of it and what is available. The clinic provides virtually enabled, culturally safe opportunity for people to go in. I read this as really information for Mayor and Council to take and share with their constituents.
Yeah. So receive for information. Councillor Earl? Second?
Excuse me, through your worship. So receive for information, so we're not going to assist with communication?
We can certainly, I think if there's some, I'm doing some work off the side, and so I can bring that back to council as relates to primary care and the acute care services. So at this point, if we can just receive for information, it doesn't require us to do anything specific at this point other than carry that forward. Councillor Earl, you okay with that? Yes. Seconded to Councillor Kemp. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. 7.6, we have an email from Andy Waddell, president of the Dawson Creek Sportsman Club, regarding a request on the municipal bylaw banning and storage of handguns. Councillor Earl?
I guess I have to move a motion before we can speak to it. But I just have some questions with respect to how I would word the motion, because I'm not sure about the ask.
Okay. Brenda? Councillor Parslow?
Yes, well, I'm prepared to make a motion on this matter, and if I may, my motion is Council declare its opposition to Bill C-21, and that would prohibit the storage and transportation of handguns within jurisdiction. And now I'd like to speak to the motion if there's a second.
Thank you. Councillor Earl, second. Go ahead, Councillor Parslow.
Okay, well, being a handgun owner myself, and being of two very active RCMP officers, and having two wonderful RCMP officer son-in-laws, and talking to them, this proposed legislation it does nothing to deal with the criminal use of handguns. It penalizes lawful gun owners who already have license vetted by the RCMP. It penalizes lawful gun owners who are living by the requirements of government already, that the handgun can only be used at an approved range. There's nothing in this that will deal with gang violence and the illegal use. It punishes law-abiding people, and I'm against it for those reasons.
Thank you, Councillor Parslow. Councillor Earl?
Thank you, Your Worship, and I concur with Councillor Parslow. My question around the ambiguity was, from what I understand of this bill, the federal government is granting municipalities the authority to pass bylaws, which would. So I was just wondering in my motion if he was looking for us to explicitly, do we have to opt out, or if we're explicitly registering our intent not to partake in it, which either or. It's fine by me. I agree with Councillor Parslow. We get a monthly update from our local RCMP, and at no point have they ever indicated that legally vetted gun owners using legal guns or transporting legal guns they purchased from legally authorized vendors is any risk to the public or contributing to our crime rate. So I'm not sure what else to say on this other than I agree with Councillor Parslow. I was just a little ambiguous on the ask.
Bill C-21 gives if passed, gives the municipalities the right to pass a bylaw in our community that would ban the transportation of handguns. And so, to me, why would we, as a municipality, in my view, get involved in something that's federal jurisdiction? completely makes no sense whatsoever. And so if the feds want to have a bylaw that prohibits or does something with respect to firearms, do that. But don't pass it on to the municipalities when it's your jurisdiction and is currently your jurisdiction. So to me, I completely am opposed to us being given the authority to ban the transportation or use of handguns when it's federal jurisdiction. Any further discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead, Councillor Parslow.
Yes. The ask is simply the request is that we oppose this whole concept of the municipal bylaw, which has been ably expressed by the mayor.
Sure. Yeah, and as I say, to me, the component that Councillor Earl was talking about was why and how would we be impacted by it, and so the motion is that we oppose. We would send a letter in opposition to this proposed legislation. All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. On to reports. 8.1, we have report number 21079 from the Development Services Manager regarding a resolution to support the UBCM Local Government Development Approval Grant application. Councillor Earl.
I'll move the recommendation that report number 21-079 from the Development Services Manager regarding resolution to support UBCM Local Government Development Approval Grant application be received. Further, that whereas the City of Dawson Creek has no desire to update and strengthen the operational steps and decision-making process in relation to the planning and land development application process, be it noted that the City of Dawson Creek has applied for the UBCM Local Government Development Approvals Grant Program. Therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Dawson Creek support the implementation of established best practices to improve the land development approvals process while meeting local government planning and policy objectives, and a willingness to provide management of the grant.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Wilbur, discussion. Councillor Earl, did you have a comment? No? Further discussion? Any discussion, Council? Ready for the question? All in favor? Sorry.
I mean, other than a generic approval that we as a city are seeking to find efficiencies for permit approvals and looking to always facilitate the development both of our downtown core and throughout the community. I know there are many municipalities across British Columbia where the main driver of housing crisis, of increased costs, are permitting, our timelines around dealing with municipal governments. So anything we can do to continue being a good, efficient partner that upholds our end of the bargain but allows development to occur is win in my books.
Thank you. Further discussion? Ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. 8.2, we have report number 21075 from the General Manager of Development Services regarding the additional paving project consideration. Councillor Parslow?
Yes, I'm pleased to move this, that report number 21-075 from the General Manager of Development Services with additional paving project considerations be received. Further, the Council directs staff to add the 8th Street frontage road from 116th Avenue to 122nd Avenue to the projects for 2021. Further, the Council directs staff to utilize an additional $200,000 from the remaining budget for additional patching in various locations within the community. I'd like to speak to the...
Thank you, Councillor. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Wilbur? Go ahead, Councillor Parslow.
I appreciate that we've got this option, given the quotes for previously tendered work, and certainly the list that can be applied for using funding for improving our roads is quite long. But I think this one is particularly bad, and it's a lot of people use that street frontage. I mean, there's a lot of well-used businesses along that, and I think this would present a better picture of Dawson Creek if we were able to repair that. Concerning the additional patching in various locations within the community, I'm sure we've all got some examples, but I would like for staff to take notice of the intersection of 19th Street and 109th Avenue as you weigh up priorities. It's pretty distressing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Parslow. So, Councillor Dober, go ahead.
Worship, just to Kevin, I'm assuming you guys do this, but like on a frontage road like that where, being closed for a couple of days can impact, like Kyle from Tim Hortons and all those businesses in there. Is it something where we go and talk to them to find out what the best days are for them to be able to do it, or do we just kind of do it on our schedule, or?
So through your worship, what we've done with this job is we initially priced it looking at doing night work when we kind of did some estimates, but before we initiate anything, we will certainly reach out and just ensure that I'm assuming that would be the best situation, but we'll reach out to them and make sure.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I just know that the few businesses right in the middle there, that's their only access point. So, but yeah, I figured. Thank you.
Thank you. So, as was outlined in the report, the original budget for us for this year with paving and contingencies, and when the tenders have been arrived at now, we got about $450,000 approximately that would come under the tenders, and so this gives us the opportunity to do some of these projects, streets, and upgrade either as we're considering here on the frontage road or others within the community. I really think it's a great opportunity for us to do some of those jobs at 100th Street last year. I think some of the stuff we did on 92nd Avenue and different areas really were very beneficial to those business owners and residents. Blair and Kevin and I went for a drive on Friday and took a look at some of the other ones, and we'll come up with a list of that. Maybe I'd like to suggest we'll circulate that to council. If you guys have identified areas that you see as streets that you would like us to maybe put into that list, and then we put it into the hopper and see which ones work, which we identify as a priority, and which ones will fit within that remaining envelope of a couple $100,000. And like I say, we identified probably 5 or 6 yesterday or on Friday, and wouldn't mind, we'll flip that out to you guys. And if you guys have identify areas or streets, as Councillor Parslow has just done, and we'll put that into the hopper, and then council will have an opportunity to give some direction on those high priority areas that you feel would be most beneficial. Any further discussion? You ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you for that. Thank you, Kevin. Report number 21077 from the Director of Infrastructure regarding quotations on a hydro replacement program. Councillor Jovac.
I'll move that report number 21-077 from the Director of Infrastructure request for quotations 2021-20, 2021 hydrant replacement programs be received. Further, that council award request for quotations 2021-20, 2021 hydrant replacement program to Napit Industries 2006 Limited with successful negotiations at a reduced price such that the contract will remain under the $150,000 allocated budget as per the city's 2021 financial plan.
Thank you, Councillor Jovac. Second. Councillor Wilbur, discussion. Councillor Jovac, did you have any comments? No. Councillor Dober.
I just had a couple comments. Napit Industries, where are they located? I'm just not familiar with the name.
Through your worship, understand Napit's out of Fort St. John. They do quite a bit of work up there, as I've been told.
Okay. I get two more things. I don't know what goes into doing this, but is this something like we could train our own? It seems like a lot of money to do it. Like, is it something we could train our own staff for like a few of the firefighters to, be certified to be able to do this kind of work on their free time?
So through your worship, certainly we have staff that could do it. It's just we don't have enough resources, people during the summer season to do everything that we need to do. So we take a project like this and typically contract it out. And the costs that are associated with it are the hydrant. It's a complete hydrant replacement, right down below the valve, everything. And that in itself is, fairly expensive, just the materials and then the excavation and so on and so forth, right? So would we like to do it ourselves? Sure. But we just don't have enough people to do everything we need to do in a short construction season.
Thanks for clarifying. I wasn't sure if it was just a simple replacement where anybody could do it.
Yeah.
The other part of it is, I appreciate the tendering and going with the lower amount, but, for a minimal difference, does it make sense to stick to a local contractor that supports our community and spends their funds in our community? And
so through your worship, that would be great, but there's a lot of law and trade agreements around that prevent us from picking solely local contractors.
Oh, okay.
As well as in the past, we've actually, local contractors have said that they don't necessarily want local preference because that might then eliminate them from having an opportunity to do work in Fort St. John or Chetwynd, if it all gets like that. So it is, I completely understand why one would want to prefer that, but it is a bit tricky. And
okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Councillor. Did you want to, when you talk about having that specific skill to replace hydrants, and you were thinking about that?
Yeah, no, not me. I'd want them done.
Thank you.
May I speak?
Councillor Parslow, go ahead.
Well, I really do appreciate Councillor Dover's sentiments, but in addition to what Kevin Henderson said, I nearly said Councillor Henderson, I'm sure Councillor Dover isn't wanting us to get into by following his suggestion, having a union jurisdiction war on our hands. That's it.
Thank you. Our next item is 8.4. We have report number 21080 from the General Manager of Development Services regarding the proposals for our Bear Hole Lake maintenance project. Did we vote? I just wanted to move on. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. 8.4, we have report number 21080 from the General Manager of Development Services regarding request for proposals for the Bear Hole Lake maintenance project. Councillor Jovac.
I move the report number 21-080 from the General Manager of Development Services request for proposal 2021-18 Bear Hole Lake maintenance project be received. Further, that council award RFP 2021-18 to Peace Country Technical Service Limited for the contract price of $345,008.05, excluding taxes.
Thank you, Councillor. Second? Councillor Wilbur. Discussion? Any comments? Councillor Dober?
Sorry for my millions of questions, but some of this is learning for me. So I look at the last one we just talked about, and they're just had the values. This one's got a weighted score. I did read through this, but maybe I'm just not understanding everything. But now we're choosing one that is 60% higher in tender price, and we're awarding that. So I don't understand that. Just would like some clarification on. I get the score, and it's not that different from what I see, but.
Yeah. So through your worship, I was fully anticipating a few questions on this particular item. So the difference between the previous report and this one is that one was a quotation or a tender. Okay. So the previous one was very much based solely on price, as long as they meet the specifications.
Okay.
So that's how that one's really determined. The one in front of you right now is a proposal, request for proposal, and we do that. We'll put that out when we're dealing with a bit of a different or unique set of circumstances or a project where we know what the end goal wants to be, but we maybe don't know how to get there. And so we're reaching out to the professionals to say, we need to get this job done. We're not going to give you a bunch of specifications per se, or maybe the methodology, but we want to know how you're going to get there. And we're looking for value, the best value for the city. And so often you'll go through, as part of that process, you have a scoring matrix that will weight the price for the work, the methodology for the work, the proponent's experience, because you're looking at all those aspects to determine the value that you're getting for the price that they've indicated. So in this particular project out at Bear Hole, it has a fair number of unique circumstances because of the remote location, how they have to get things in and out, a lot of environmental implications and regulatory pieces and permitting. And so we felt at the time it was best to put it out through a proposal process and for them to come to us, provide their methodology, their experience, their team on how they were going to approach the job. So in this particular one, Peace Country Technical, which is a local firm, was the preferred proponent simply because they covered off what we believe, based on the proposal, everything that they didn't really leave any questions unanswered. Where some of the other proponents left some things that I guess I would say unanswered, or we felt based on the documents, they didn't answer everything or they didn't provide all the information. So that's how you end up with different scorings. And so even though Peace Country Technical was considerably more money, they provided a lot more value, and they even scored higher, even as a result of having the higher value, because in a proposal, the higher value gets a lower score because it's weighted, right? So
so if the value was more similar, the score would have even been higher?
Yeah, that's correct. So if they would have come in with a lower value, they would have had even a higher score, right? So the lowest price gets the highest score in that component. So there's a number of things that, like I said, we went through it, and I knew that there would be some questions. But a lot of it relates back to the environmental regulation piece that we're responsible for out there, and we need to ensure that these proponents are following, adhering, and like I said, Peace Country covered all of that off without a doubt, and that's why they scored as well as they did.
Okay, and then does this, like reading through the budget, the financial part, I know we've spent some already, and then this would still keep us under budget, but is this like the end of the project, or is there still more layers that will be coming after this?
So through your worship, this will be finishing the project off, and on that is the price that was provided with Peace Country Technical. There's probably a couple items in there that we can negotiate with them to maybe even bring down, and that's the thing about a proposal as well. Once we award, we have the ability to negotiate with them, and they added a few items in their proposal that are probably a little bit over and above than what we even asked for. So we have the ability to go back and say, you know what, those are really nice to have, but we don't necessarily need to have in this particular project. So we feel that value might even come down a bit, but it's all in.
Okay, just one more quick question. So if we have the ability to award and then change things, does that work the opposite way too? If you award a lower contract, do you have the ability to work on that afterwards too? Like if you've learned something from somebody else, can you be like, okay, we want this added in?
So you could. I guess the unknown here is that if you went with a lower person, you don't know what the upside would be. Here we know what the top end is, and we can work our way back. So that
I was just curious more if that you could do that. So thank you, Kevin.
Yep.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Kevin. Councillor Jovac.
This isn't the first time that we've had to accept costs of this significant, like over $100,000. So I'm just wondering if there's, or there could be some consideration to put more of a weight on the cost as opposed to some of the other issues. I mean, the environmental issues, granted, they're important, but they're not exclusive to the city. Environmental issues are probably as much or more important in the oil and gas industry because of the scrutiny from, all of the environmental organizations and everybody else that's on the protest wagon. So, 40% weighting for cost to me isn't. I think it should be higher, because the costs. I mean, you're talking about a lot of money, $100,000. In the case of the bridge design, for example, on 102nd, that one was different because it's a grant, but so the cost is shared with all of the taxpayers in Canada. But this one here is strictly Dawson Creek. So I just think there should be some consideration when you're developing these rating systems, and they're developed ahead of time, that there should be more weight on the actual cost. And again, the point about negotiating after on a request for proposals is significant. I mean, on a lower cost, you may be negotiating up, but you're still in control of it. And regulations, they're not optional. So a contractor that's provided construction in the oil patch for the last 20 years, they're familiar with all the regulations. They may not have seen a necessity to be explicit about it in their proposal, but they're implicit in the work. If you're going to take that work on, they know that you've got environmental regulations to comply with. So it's just, in my opinion, I think there should be more weight on the cost.
Thank you. Kevin?
Yes, so through your worship, just quickly, there's some good points in there for sure, Councillor. One thing to consider with a proposal is typically when you go through a proposal, the scoring for price is in that 30 to 40% range. Once you start creeping up to the 50, you're really getting into more of that tender quotation thing. So that's the intent. But I appreciate what you're saying, and I understand that these other proponents work in the oil field and have to deal with those regulatory pieces. I think the challenge for staff sometimes is if it's not in their proposal and they don't speak to it, it's sometimes difficult. And there were some things that were omitted and left out, and so we have to go with what is submitted for sure and in front of us. So, but yeah, points well taken.
Thank you. The aspect to me about I think about the Bear Hole Lake is the weir, is the fish ladder, is all those environmental components that are so specific and unique and you just can't make a mistake in terms of how that is impacted. But I completely agree, and I think it's that whole tender policy, and maybe that's a topic of discussion for us at a committee of the whole at some point in the future to say, look, maybe council would be really worthwhile for us to go through that, and council give some input into that discussion about that as a presentation for council to understand. If financial is a much more heavily weighted item for us to consider, we should be giving that direction to administration and giving that input into them. But first, understand the policy and understand the process we go through. Councillor Dober?
Thank you, Worship. Hope this is my last time. Just listening to everything, I look at the original budget of $420,000, and then we sent this out for a tender, which, not knowing the whole scope of work, where did that budget number come up from? Like, was there a presentation at the beginning of this that it would roughly cost this to get it to this level?
So through your worship, because this project was very unique, we did talk to some people that do work, this similar work, and tried to come up with a number. But I'll be honest with you, we were going into it, we were a bit concerned because it is a bit of a unique project that we haven't done a lot of this type of work in remote areas and having to barge things in and all sorts of stuff. I'm happy where the numbers came in, but yeah, I mean, all we can do is research and talk to people that do similar work and try and get a bit of a sense of where this might land when we're going through the budget process, and then usually add our contingencies to that and go from there.
So there wasn't like a report at the beginning that this is exactly what it would cost. It was just kind of, you guys did some research and figured it might be around this number.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Councillor. Any further discussion?
Yeah, I have some comments.
Go ahead, Councillor Parslow.
Yeah, I appreciate this discussion. It's great. I appreciate the concerns that Councillor Jovac has and what Councillor Dober has raised. The point I want to speak to is the fact that I firmly believe that we need contracts that are explicit, not implicit. To protect the taxpayers, we need all the details and all the I's and T's crossed, and not assume that a company knows about all the regulations. We need to spell out what's required. So we need to always safeguard the taxpayer, and having a more detailed, explicit contract is always my preference. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion? Ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. Report number 85, report number 21081 from the General Manager of Development Services regarding request for quotations for 102nd Avenue crossing replacement.
May I speak on this?
Oh, Councillor Parslow, go ahead.
I move that report number 21-081, General Manager of Development Services, request for quotations 2021-19 102nd Avenue crossing replacement be received. Further, the Council Board request for quotation 2021-19 to Shorespan Construction Limited for the 2021 construction season for the contract price of $5,053,876.47, excluding taxes. $5,306,570.29, including taxes. And then I'd like to speak to this.
Thank you, Councillor. Second, Councillor Wilbur. Discussion. Go ahead, Councillor Parslow.
Okay, well, I'm sure we're all delighted that when we have this piece of work constructed and built, this council and the previous council, we will have, with the 8th Street work, which is underway, we have achieved pretty well, with the exception of one point, upgraded crossings that are going to help mitigate any heavy rains and seasonal meltings that will happen. So I think this is a significant thing. And this project, so we're beneficiaries of a significant federal grant. And I'm making this motion assuming that the grant is secure. And I just have one question to staff. In the report, you use the expression that we are under consideration for this grant. Is that an error?
Blair?
I won't speak for the author, but no, we have been approved for this grant up to just under $6 million. The tender has come in less than that. There may be an opportunity for some enhancement of some of the work that will be done around this project. But no, we have received confirmation that the grant is approved for the city of Dawson Creek.
Thank you.
Supplementary question, if I may, Mayor.
Yes?
A supplementary question about that. So if you look under the report under 4 financial, it reads the city is under consideration for financial support. So that's the way I said that. So that's good. Has all the consultation occurred that was required by the federal government concerning First Nations been satisfactorily resolved?
Blair?
Through your worship, the consideration, I'll speak to that first, usually is until that is there. We've been informed that we are given the grant for this bridge. They have not formalized a formal announcement. That's traditionally why we use that wording in a report like this, tell whether it be the federal or provincial government does their formal press release. The second question that you raised, Councillor, was to deal with what was
First Nation.
First Nations consultation. We have engaged both. We have a federal requirement as it's a federal grant. We have engaged with Horse Lake, received their feedback already, which is positive for the city of Dawson Creek. We also have our provincial Forest Lands and Natural Resources who have asked us to reach out to Blueberry, of which has been done, and we anticipate finalization of that very quickly with no concerns. We're hopeful on that as well.
Thank you.
Anything further, Councillor Parslow?
No, nothing.
Thank you. Councillor Earl?
Thank you, Your Worship. And I was, my question, Blair briefly touched on, he said there's an opportunity contained within this to maybe expand the scope of the project to fill in that remaining $600,000. I assume that would have to do with creek bed stabilization running up from the bridge. And that was what the nature of my question was, but you kind of mentioned that was a possibility. So I assume that's where we are.
Certainly following through, Councillor, that is our intent, is to work with the federal government who has approved a grant that is higher than what the costs have come in at. If we can improve this project and the federal government is in concurrence with that, we'll work towards that through the exact issues you've raised.
Thank you.
All right, Councillor Dober?
Thank you, Your Worship. I just had a question, maybe more towards Flavia. Just on some of these reports I was reading, it's got GST included and sometimes it's excluded, but like GST generally isn't an expense because it goes back with CRA. So is there a reason why we have that in there? I wasn't sure if maybe it's different with a municipality.
No, as a municipality, we recover 100% of the GST. So it really would not have any effect. So I think it's just a question of presentation, but we recover 100%.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? So, yeah, so I just want to comment that this is very, very positive. Honestly, we reach out to administration and all the work that Kevin and Blair and team have done in regards to this 102nd Street Bridge that we're going to now move forward with and replace those culverts with a bridge. And it is a significant bit of infrastructure for us. And to get 100% of the funding from the federal government to be able to move forward with this project just continues to improve the risk of flood mitigation that we've been working hard on over the last number of years. And as was mentioned by Councillor Parslow, so it's just a huge announcement that we have the federal government stepping up and awarding us a $6 million grant to be able to take on this project. It sounds like a ton of money on the outset to be able to do a bridge at that crossing, but that's where the tenders took us to, was $5 million and something. And so honestly, I'm so pleased to be able to be one step closer to continuing to improve the flow of the creek and reduce that risk of flood mitigation. So thank you, Kevin, Blair, and all of the staff who worked hard on this, and to council who've had a focus on this over the years as well. Any further discussion, comments? Councillor Earl?
Well, I think it's great that we're looking to do it this year. My one concern would be, having seen what a week of bridge construction on 8th Street looks like, and knowing some of the impacts that has had on the flow of traffic within the city, I mean, I think it's worth doing either way, irrespective of the inconvenience. But I think having two, maybe 102nd wouldn't have been considered a main artery up until the point where 8th Street is not able to be used as a main artery. I do worry we're going to get ourselves in some trouble around the flow of traffic in town. And I just want to make sure, I don't expect any kind of answer or feedback at the moment, but I would simply ask whoever's engaging on this to be mindful with respect to how that's going to impact people, because that's a lot of work to be doing at once. I think it's great that we're doing it, and the fact that we're able to do it with federal government money at no additional cost to municipal taxpayers is wonderful, but the logistics of it do worry me, having seen what the 8th Street Bridge is looking like at this point.
We have two choices. We can do it this year, or we can do it next year. And if we do it next year, it's another $600,000 or $700,000. And so the project is important. It's one that we need to move forward with. We appreciate that there are traffic challenges as a result of it, but that's the position we're in by applying for the grant and having received it. Blair?
Your Worship, I was just going to say, and certainly understanding, Councillor, what you've just raised, I think we've seen on 8th Street, we will now be open to two-way traffic, single lane each way for the next 2 years. I want to make that very clear, but the issue is, and I think I probably, you're always hesitant to speak for council, but the downside, I would rather have somebody complaining that we're doing too much capital infrastructure work in the city than not enough. So I'll gladly take those calls on your behalf.
And next year, the 8th Street Bridge is going to be under construction again, so.
Yeah.
Councillor Jovac?
Just a comment on the traffic flow here during that construction on 8th Street. I anticipated a serious problem. My wife went out, she took the first trip, and there were some comments when she got back. But after a day, I think the public adapted, and I heard comments, people were going around the Snake Pit and going around the Dangerous Goods Road and 17th Street and going to the four-way stops and going to the controlled intersections. And, other than maybe having to wait for 20 seconds someplace, I think the people adapted quite well.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree. Further discussion on the motion?
Yes, Councillor Posler?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, it took me about a day to adapt as well. But the overriding concerns for me is that we're doing as much as we can to provide a secure environment for people concerning flooding issues. And, upstream from 15th Street, there's about $70 million worth of real estate there. And that trumps a few weeks of inconvenience for driving for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. So we'll now take a 7-minute recess and be back at 10:40. Are we set to go? We have everybody back. We'll call ourselves back to order. Back into our agenda reports. Report number 21067 from the Financial Services Manager regarding the 2020 Annual Risk Update. Councillor Jovac?
Move that report number 21-067 from the Financial Services Manager re 2020 Annual Risk Update be received for information.
Thank you. Second. Councillor Wilbur? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. 8.7. We have report number 21069 from the Financial Services Manager regarding the 2021 Cemetery Compliance Audit. Councillor Jovac?
Move that report number 23-069 from the Financial Services Manager re 2021 Cemetery Compliance audit be received, further that the respective action plan be received for information.
Thank you. Second, Councillor Kemp. All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. 8.8, we have report number 21078 from the Financial Services Manager regarding the list of investment dealers and investment performance. Councillor Wilbur?
Your worship,
Yes?
I'm just going to step out conflict.
Sorry?
I'm gonna
Okay. Go
step
ahead.
out conflict. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wilbur?
You guys changed the colors. I just noticed that.
No.
I will move that report number 21-078 from the Financial Services Manager regarding list of investment dealers and investment performance be received. Further, that the list of 6 investment trade companies included within this report be approved.
Thank you. Second, Councillor Kemp. Discussion. Flavie, do you want to give any update on what this is or how this is a tool for you and for us?
Through your worship, in 2019, we implemented an investment policy where we want to bring a council to be aware where we are investing and also how is the portfolio being performing. So this officially is the first report. There is comparison between 2020 and 2019. Showing how the performance of the investments, because prior to this policy, we used to have all the funds in a savings account. So we are trying to maximize the return of our investment. So
Great.
That's the goal.
Thank you. And very positive for 2020, yes. Right? $37,000. Good job. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. Can we have Councillor Earl back? Thank you, Councillor. 8.9, we have report number 21068 from the Chief Financial Officer regarding our consolidated actual to budget variance report for March. Councillor Wilbur? I'm sorry.
It just says my name and then lets me wait. I will move that report number 21-068 from the Chief Financial Officer regarding the consolidated actual to budget variance report March 31st, 2021 be received for information.
Thank you. Second, Councillor Kemp. All those in favor? Sorry, Councillor Dober.
Am I allowed to ask a question when it's received for information?
No, you can speak. You're opposed to it being received for information.
Okay, I just had one question around. So what do I?
When it's received for information, that means there is no discussion on the motion.
Do I need to change the motion?
You need to oppose the motion is the only option. Brenda?
Yes, through your worship, if a councillor wishes to speak to a motion, that motion would need to be defeated prior to discussion.
I'll talk to Flavie.
All right. That's perfectly acceptable. All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Um, 8.10, report number 21073 from the Chief Financial Officer regarding our permissive tax exemption policy. Councillor Parslow. No, I got Councillor Dober. Did you want to?
No, that was from last.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead. Councillor Parslow, go ahead, please. Sorry. Councillor Dober, go ahead.
Move that report number 21-073 from the Chief Financial Officer. Reason update permissive tax exemption policy be received. Further, that the amended policy attached to this report reappeal and replace the existing permissive tax exemption policy when approved, pending the required 30-day review.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Wilbur. Discussion? Any comments? Anyone? Councillor Wilbur?
I would just like to say thank you to staff. This has been a kind of a working project, but it's nice to be here. So I just would like to thank staff for all their work on this.
Thank you. Further discussion?
Yes, John.
Go ahead, Councillor Parslow.
Thank you. Yes, yeah, I do appreciate the concepts within this proposal. There's a couple of things here that bother me. First of all, in the report, it states that, let me find it here, in the summary and background section, the introductory paragraph reads, on November the 4th, 2019, Council approved a strategic planning session following the November the 25th, 2019 Council meeting, due the effect consequences of making changes to permissive tax exemption. And essentially, one of the concerns I have is I, at this time, have no understanding about how these proposals will impact the various organizations that receive permissive tax exemption. So in a sense, I would, if I supported this, I would be deciding on something that I have not understood the impact on the various organizations. Under the implementation and communication section, the last sentence reads, if any responses are received during the review period that warrant reconsideration, then council is notified and council provides staff with a recommendation. I accept that that dynamic will happen, but before issuing something, I believe that we should be aware of the impact. I'd rather us go forward into the community with a really good, solid understanding of the impact. The other thing I have a problem with is the timing. You know, talking to various groups, you know, we have had a sort of a very serious impact on many organizations through COVID, lack of revenue, loss of members, et cetera, and what I would rather see is a revised timing for the implementation. In the report, we are told that 20% of the variance would be applied to 2022, and then a sliding scale upwards with it full implementation 2025. I think it's going to take more than a year for some organizations to recoup their membership and get their house in order so that they're back in place, so to speak, more than the 2021, more than 2022. So I would want to see the implementation delayed and starting with the same pattern as put forward by staff, but starting 20% for 2023. So I'm not going to support this because I do not have in my mind a clear understanding of the impact, and I do not support the timing of its implementation. I do support the concepts and a lot of the great work that's been done here, but I want to be aware before sending this out, what are the implications? Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll start at the top. I think the report that Flavia did for us 2 years ago, or maybe 3, outlined every organization in the city that received a permissive tax exemption and what that amount was and how this policy would do to affect those organizations with the implementation of the new policy. So we can bring that report back because that did outline all, I think, Councillor Parslow, that information that you were seeking in terms of how it will impact these various organizations. We put it off in 2020 and 2021 as a result of COVID because of the implications of how we were going to schedule those meetings and then seek that feedback from the various groups in terms of now the new policy that we were putting forward and how that would impact them and gauge that response from them to determine the impacts and how we would move it forward. My understanding and my recollection of that. And then to me, that's exactly what we're saying now is we got to begin that process of meeting with and communicating with the groups in order to ensure they understand the changes that are being proposed in the new permissive tax exempt bylaw that council have agreed to and put forward, and how that's going to be rolled out. And if, in my view, if through those interactions this year that we see that we're getting a response from the groups that, look, we're in this situation, Councillor, as you describe, that we say we may need to modify the dates of implementation on how we do that, then that's Council's ability to be able to influence that. And that's the importance, I think, of those meetings that we're proposing to have and begin that schedule. But we need to get this underway, and we put it off now for 2 years. Now, Flavia, I'll turn it over to you to update any of those pieces of information I just gave.
And the impact, including I represent on the last committee of a whole, just the last month, including the report with the impact too of per organization. The reason that we are bringing this right now is because this is the year where they are renewing the forms again. So we would like to have this updated as policy. Regarding to the postponing, we have postponed last year, as we mentioned, about COVID. But the idea of breaking in 4 years is exactly to give time to those organizations that will need to pay for a portion of tax. They would have like a gradual transition, and that would apply for the next year's 2022 permissive tax. The deadline for the organizations to give us the forms is June 18. We think this year we send the form to them, and we also send to them what would be the potential impact under this breakdown, 20% for respectively, and giving them the option, if they would be interested, to participate in a delegation online via Zoom to bring to council their concerns. So this is right now is in transition. So I hope by June 18, after we get all the forms, in the next council meeting in July, I will be presenting who sent the request, the impact based on 2021 figures, and who would like to participate in a delegation. So just want to show the progress of how it's going.
Thank you, Flavia. Councillor Jovac.
Thank you, Worship. Flavia, I was, just because I'm new in here and I'm not that familiar with all this, I was a little confused by it, but just to go back, like just using the networks, for example, because we just dealt with something similar, what would that mean for them? Like, would they fall under, like, which category, Schedule A or B would they fall under? And then, so the way I'm reading this, the first year, if they qualified, they would get a 20% discount, and then the second year they would get 45, then 70, and then 100%?
Yeah, over the excess. So they have up to 5,000. In this case, they would be considered on the Schedule B, social related or sport related, depending on the recreation. So they have up to 5,000. So we would get the assessed value. How much would be the tax under the current rate? If exceeds 5,000, the excess, they will pay 20% for 2022. So
they would pay 20%?
Of the excess of over. So let's say under the current calculation was about 7,000. So the excess would be 2,000. 20% of this 2,000 is what they're going to be paying in 2022.
Then the next year they're paying 45%?
Over
so
the variance, yes. Because if we would not gradually give to them, they would need to pay 2,000. So what we're saying, next year, they're going to pay 20% of this 2,000. The following year, I remember, let's go here.
45%.
45, 70. In the fourth year, that's when they would be paying the full variance between what we are granting, which is 5,000, with the current portion that they will pay.
So what, like obviously there were some decisions made to get to this, but you know, for using the networks, for example, because it's fresh in our minds, but what would put them in a different category than a place of worship? Like, why would one be 15,000, 10, 5? Like, who determined what that dollar value would be?
That's what was proposed at the time, back in 2019. So based on what kind of services they are provide to the community, if it's a basic needs or essentials, or if it is a social gathering, recreations. So that's how it was broke down. So according to the community charter right now, worship houses, for example, they receive automatic grant over the area where the worship services happen. If there's any extra portion there, like a parking or an extension of the wall, that's the portion where councils needs to approve and grant an exemption. So there is two parts there. That's for worship. In the other organizations, is up to council, discretion of council, if they want to grant or not an exemption.
I guess I'm confused why, like, we do the 20%, 45%, 70, 100%. Like, I'm not understanding, like, why that would change. So, like, if a church, for example, or a place of worship was 15,000 and their taxes were 20,000, they would pay 20% of the 5,000.
Yeah.
Why would they pay more of that each year? Why would it go to 45 and then 70, and then why would they pay 100% of it?
Yeah, so the idea was that when we are granting now, because we will move from grant 100%, right? And now they will pay a portion of the taxes. But it would be extremely, because it's the first year that we will be doing that, we don't want to kind of bring a strong impact to them. So it's a gradual implementation. That's why it's 20% next year, 45% following, 70 until reach the 100. So it's to grant those organizations time for them to find their funds, how they're going to pay, if they will exceed the portion of the maximum amount that we can grant.
So then in the network's scenario, because their taxes were 20,000, they'll qualify for 5,000. So in 4 years, they're going to be paying $15,000 in taxes?
That's for municipal. So their municipal portion was like 7,900. I was just round. So the 2,900, that's what they will pay for the city.
It's a transition of our permissive tax exemption policy that we've had over the years, where it's just continually growing. And so now we grant.
Through your worship, your mic.
I'm sorry. So it's a transition over this permissive tax exemption policy, where we now have $400,000 or $500,000 of permissive tax exemption that we're granting to organizations in the community that just needed to transition, because that's revenue that we are now having to offset in other areas. So it's a review of that policy that council undertook, and are now saying we are making these recommendations of the changes to the tax exemption policy. And in order to fully implement it, we're going to do it over a 3 or 4 year period rather than do it all at once and impact those organizations.
Mm-hmm.
Mayor, can I speak?
I've got Councillor Jovac and then Councillor Parslow.
I just had a question on the new forms. Do all of the organizations have to fill out the new form by the 18th?
Yes.
Okay.
Anyone that would like to apply. So anyone we received through the last 3 years that had not been approved, but they are organization that they request, we send the form. And also we posted on the news, anyone interested to apply, they have the right to apply.
So, but even the existing organizations like the Dawson Creek Athletic Association and Motorsports, they all fill out the new form?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Parslow?
Yes, Mayor, we did receive a impact document from our finance officer in 2019. But, Darcy's questions just illustrate the fact that maybe if we'd had that in front of us today, I would have been able to review that. I don't know what my thoughts would have been, but I've got a feeling for Darcy that it hasn't been there at the start, and it would have been good for him to see the concept. The concept's great, but I really I know about churches, for example, who've been conducting service on Zoom. Their revenue's down and so on, and that's why I'm suggesting a further delay of 1 year in the implementation, not necessarily in revisions to the policy, but that can be dealt with, as you so correctly stated, based upon the feedback we receive. But I've always had the sense that I don't want any surprises, and I wanted to have a clear picture in my mind again of the impact of this. So I will be voting against it just on those bases, not with the concept at all.
Thank you. I thought Flavia said we had it at the last committee of the whole meeting. Blair?
Yeah, Your Worship, just for clarity, the reason this came back today at this meeting is because council chose not to move forward with it last year. There was information that was put forward, council looked at, agreed to. This information that's before you today has been agreed to by council. And then the reason it wasn't brought back was the year lapse due to COVID. Council felt it would be inappropriate last year to implement this at this time. Also, there's the opportunity for anybody that applies for a tax exemption to present to council. And the discussion was, this is the policy we're going with, but we're not going to do it till next year, so please bring it back next year. So this is not new. This has been dealt with by council, I think, 4 times previously, Your Worship. So,
thank you. Councillor Earl?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll try and be quick. So I just wanted to speak to some of the concerns voiced by Councillor Dober and Councillor Parslow. With respect to Networks Ministries, should their application to BC assessment to have that land reclassified go through, their property taxes should fall underneath that $5,000 threshold, which means they wouldn't actually be paying anything on it. Yeah. Similarly, if the schedule that Flavia mentioned and the mayor cited that Councillor Parslow was asking for, if you look through it, the vast majority of nonprofits would continue to pay no taxes. There are a couple of sport-related ones which would end up paying some property taxes, but for the most part, and I can only speak for myself, when I voted on this policy, it was forward-looking insofar as we're not going to continue incurring, or I guess, passing along future costs to taxpayers at the same level as we were. So to the best of my recollection, I could be mistaken, but I'm fairly certain I'm not. Currently, no places of worship in the city would end up with a property tax bill. Housing seniors and others similarly wouldn't end up paying anything. They all fall under that $10,000 threshold. There would be a couple sport-related ones that would, as was stated over successive years, as we phase it in, end up with a tax bill. But the idea of phasing it in over several years was it would allow them the time to absorb those costs and build them into their budget. So I appreciate coming, it took us 4 meetings, as Blair said, to get it sorted out. So I appreciate coming into this. It's a lot to contend with, but that was just to help give you some context, because I wouldn't want to walk into this cold either. So I appreciate where you're coming from.
Thank you. Councillor Dober?
Thank you, Worship. Thanks, Jeremy, for that. I guess 2 things. One is I want to apologize a little bit for my lack of knowledge in this, and I did try researching it, but there's just a lot to it for me, for just seeing it for the first time. I guess one question is, what do we do now? Like, if somebody applies for it, do we just grant them 100% if we?
That's exactly what.
That's what it's done now. Okay.
The policy today through the application process comes to council. Council approves those requests, and either approves the permissive tax exempt request for that individual property or not. And that's the process today, and as it has been for years and years and years.
Okay, thank you. I think personally, I'll probably vote opposed to this just because I don't know enough about it to make a proper decision. So.
Thank you. Further discussion?
Can I just one more comment?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, thank you for that, Dale. This is more to Darcy, but correct me, staff, if I'm wrong. Let's just focus on churches for the moment. Clearly, the hall or church building that is the place of worship is 100% exempt. Church halls, unless they are providing some social service, such as St. Mark's Hall, which has the soup kitchen, they would not be exempt. A piece of land held by a church but not used for worship or for social services would not be exempt. Is my understanding correct?
Your Worship, if I understand, so under the church exemption, and correct me, Councillor Parslow, if I've misinterpreted this, we have a statutory exemption provided by the government for the place of worship. So you walk into a church, it would be the section of that building where you worship. Everything outside of that being, whether there's meeting rooms, offices, other areas, parking, is not guaranteed tax exemption by the statutory decisions of the provincial government. Those requests come before this body, of which council then makes a determination. Are we going to exempt anything further than what the statutory requirement is by law? And presently we do as a city. Does that answer?
Yes, but if the hall was used for a social service such as the soup kitchen, then that would be a major consideration for council in granting some exemption.
I believe that would certainly be part of the consideration upon the presentation or the application that proponent puts forward to council, certainly.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. So the permissive tax exemption policy that we have in place is in place, and this is the policy that council has approved. What we're saying is we're just approving the 30-day review period. That's what today is. We're not talking about changing the policy that we've agreed to. Brenda?
Through your worship, there is many changes to the policy.
Those have been approved by council, but have they not?
No. There is a permissive tax exemption policy in place at the moment, but Flavia's report is proposing changes to the report that includes the 20% through to 100%.
I see. Okay, gotcha. Thank you, Brenda. Any further comments? Any further questions?
One last comment, if I may.
Yep.
Well, given what I've heard, I'm going to support it. As a loyal member of council, we've had a number of reviews of this. I'm going to support it just to make sure that we have an update to the policy that is supported by council. I've stated my reservations, but I don't need to vote against it because I'm sure the discussion we've had has shed some light for Councillor Dover on what this is all about. But I'd much rather us have seen the impact again, and I'd much rather us make amendments before we get the feedback if we see some errors or changes we want. And I will now.
Thank you, Councillor. Good discussion. Thank you. You ready for the question? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Opposed, Councillor Dober, and we'll record that, Councillor. 8.11, report number 21076 from the Chief Financial Officer regarding the 2020 Climate Action Revenue Incentive Program. Blair?
Your Worship, just prior, I know this is a receive for information for council's information. This is the return of the carbon tax revenue that was paid by the city before. It came back to the city in this form. This is what the provincial government is now withdrawing and canceling, just for the information of council.
So we will be looking to replace that funding now that we will not receive from the CAREP, and it's $90,000 a year that we'll look for in 2022. Thank you. Motion, Councillor Jovac.
I move that report number 21-076 from the Chief Financial Officer, RE 2020 Climate Action Revenue Incentive Program, CAREP, be received for information.
Thank you. Second, Councillor Kemp. All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. 8.12, report number 21074 from the Corporate Officer regarding our 2020 annual report. Councillor Parslow? Councillor Parslow, go ahead.
Okay, I'm pleased to support the recommendation as presented, that report number 21-074 from the Corporate Officer, the 2020 annual report be received. Further, that the Dawson Creek annual report for 2020 be made available to the public for review and comments. Further, that June the 28th be designated as the annual meeting, at which time council will receive any input from the public before considering final approval of the 2020 annual report.
Thank you, Councillor. Second, Councillor Wilbur. Discussion? Any comments?
If I may?
Yes, go ahead, Councillor Parslow.
First of all, I'd like to thank all the people who've contributed to this. This report really captures my eye. Maybe it's a new crop of photographs, which are just excellent. I really appreciated the messages that were in this report. They shows the mayors and CEOs' passion for this community, which I'm sure, all share. And I want to draw council's attention to page 11 of this annual report. And I want to congratulate Melanie, who did this work. It really excites me to see those guiding principles captured in such a nice graphic way. And I would, a picture's worth 1,000 words. And I would like to encourage the city use this nicely designed set of guiding principles in much of its communication, and I'd love to see it displayed in in offices, council chambers. I think Melanie should be thanked for that work. But a great report, a lot of care, effort's gone into it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Parslow. We will pass on our appreciation to Melissa and let her know that it was identified, recognized by council. Thank you for that. We appreciate it. Any further comments from council? All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. On to item 9, bylaws. Report number 21085 from the Chief Financial Officer regarding water rates and regulation amendment bylaw number 4462 for consideration of third reading. Councillor Jovac.
Move that report number 21-085 from the Chief Financial Officer, water rates and regulations amendment bylaw number 4462 2020 be received. Further, that the third reading of bylaw number 4462 provided on October 5th, 2020 be rescinded, and further that water rates and regulation amendment bylaw number 4462 2020 be provided third reading as amended by increasing the notice period from 7 days to 14 days.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Wilbur. Discussion? Blair, anything?
Your Worship, this really, at the next meeting, you will see a new water shutoff policy on behalf of the city. Presently, we have a number of residents that owe thousands of dollars to the city for back bills of water. We've had no policy that would allow us to go and turn the water off on these people. It's unfortunate that it will reach this, I guess, milestone, but there is a significant liability carried by all of the other water users in the city for those that aren't paying their bill, and there will be a policy brought forward that allows the city the capability to shut the water off, which is a pretty serious move on behalf of a utility, on behalf of a community, but at some point to see thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars go unpaid because there's no way to recover that cost just puts the burden on the rest of the taxpayers.
Thank you. Any further discussion, Council? Ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. 9.2, we have report number 21082 from the Development Services Manager regarding a zoning amendment bylaw 4506-2021 for consideration of first two readings. Councillor Jovac.
Move that report number 21-082 from the Development Services Manager, rezoning amendment 21-03, bylaw number 4506-2021 be received. Further, that the zoning amendment 21-03, bylaw number 4506-2021 be given first and second reading. Further, that staff be directed to publish and the advertising required for a public hearing prior to consideration of third reading and adoption.
Thank you, Councillor. Second, Councillor Kemp. Discussion? Ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. Item 10 is Mayor's business, so I'll just give you a quick update on some of the stuff over the last couple of weeks. We had a meeting, Mayor Ackerman, we had received a note from the BC Wildlife Federation extending a concern that what they felt was being raised on potentially that arose out of Vancouver Island on a wolf hunt call, and feeling that there was going to be a call through the Union of BC Municipalities to end the wolf call across the province. And so we had a really great discussion. Mayor Ackerman, myself, Mayor Fraser, I forget who all else was on with the BC Wildlife Federation, and talked about the process. We haven't heard much more about it, but it was a really informative and really good discussion in terms of the work that the BC Wildlife Federation are doing within our certainly region and the province. And we had the regional directors and the president of the BC Trappers Association also joined in on that call. And so again, very informative and very worthwhile. Trombley School, part of this I got an outreach from Trombley School and did a class visit virtually, and kids, as usual, had just an amazing interaction and questions, and I always find it so engaging to have those discussions with the kids, and really appreciate the teacher from Trombley School reaching out for that opportunity for me. Had a meeting with BC Housing, and this followed out of the meeting with the report, the BC Housing report that we just talked about earlier that we've finally received. And as I said, I met with the executive directors of South Peace Community Resources Society. There is currently some funding available provincially for women's accommodation and housing initiatives and issues, and but talked about, I wanted to ensure BC Housing knew that Council had validated that availability of the old Grandview School property for social housing project. We're very interested, I think, in terms of pursuing that for seniors housing and perhaps some additional affordable housing. The representatives from BC Housing were very, very good, and they're working on some initiatives and data for us so that we can begin to get this work moving forward that's critical for our community. And I was really appreciative that they've taking the time to help us to begin that work. I had a meeting, I meet quarterly with, or every 2 months, I guess, with James O'Hanley, the Vice President of BC Oil and Gas Commission, and some of the folks out of Fort St. John office, just to get an update on what's going on with the BC Oil and Gas situation. And certainly the activities right now in the region are, we're seeing an increase and certainly busy with respect to permits for drilling and completion work, construction work. The 3 or 4 companies that are leading that, Tourmaline, are out in front. They're probably the most active right now in the region in both the North Peace, South Peace, with respect to the work they're doing. Oventive, ARC are also very active, and you know, it was surprising to me as example of that. I was talking to one of the hoteliers last week in the community, and they're 100% booked. Their occupancy is 100% occupant right now. Occupancy is full, and so that's just a really good signal to me that we're seeing a recovery in the community of some of that service sector. And last year, a year ago at this time, they were sitting empty, basically with zero traffic as a result of the first stages of those early stages of COVID. And certainly there's still struggles out there, but that's a very good signal to me that we're seeing that industry coming back and getting busy, and price of oil as well, price of gas, as well as the activity that's going on in construction and drilling and completion work is very good. I did a little interview and ribbon cutting at Nigina Place. Thank you, Councillor Earl, for taking the lead on representing council. I just got an opportunity to go over and at the invitation, they're doing a virtual video for the opening, and I got to have a little look inside, and it is very, very impressive. And honestly, I was worried about this project when it was first started because we weren't seeing any support locally to what I felt to the local business. And so Kathleen from the Chamber and I have had every 2 weeks we've been meeting with BC Housing and the I didn't have my mic on the whole time. Just went off, did it? Oh. Anyway, and so to see the residents in there now, and to see people there, and to see the food service ability in there, full kitchen with, so people are going to get 2 hot meals, and it's just really, really a very impressive build in 7 or 8 months that it got to the place where it started last fall to where they're now having residents stay. We had a meeting invitation from School District 59 in regards to childcare. Councillor Earl, Councillor Kemp joined in that meeting, and it was just a discussion about childcare, because I know that we've been talking about that a fair amount, and there was just an announcement last week. So we had a really good discussion with the school district about childcare and what they're doing, and the province announced last week that they're implementing a preschool, after school childcare service now at Ecole Frank Ross starting next year, as well as some additional, they've announced seats up in Fort Nelson and Chetwynd. And so it's really good to see the school district now starting to get into a position where they will start to be providing some of that preschool, after school care. And the more you get into this, the more you realize how significant and important and impressive the need for childcare is in any community. Does anyone have any questions about any of that before I go on?
Charlie here.
Yes, go ahead, Councillor Parslow.
Yes, well, thank you for your report. There's lots of positives there. BC Oil and Gas Commission, from your vantage point, do you have any comments about the report that was issued, I forget the gentleman's name, about the likelihood of increased earthquakes or more severe earthquakes in our region due to fracking, and the Oil and Gas Commission's response to that report?
For sure. I reached out to Paul Jenkins, the president and CEO of the Oil and Gas Commission, because I wanted to get and find out what their response was. On Thursday or Friday, he forwarded me and sent me their written response to it. They were obviously disappointed because this individual did not peer review any of this position or opinion paper that he produced. And I'll share that with council. I'll get that out to you guys this afternoon as soon as we're done, along to administration. And their indication and their response to us was the assumptions that this individual has made in his position paper are without basis of fact or science. It's opinions that he's voiced. And so I'll share that with council, Councillor Parslow, and like I said, I just got it on Thursday or Friday, and they've provided the response that they've given on behalf of the BC Oil and Gas Commission.
Well, thank you. Yeah, we have too much opinion and not enough reliance on science. So I must always defer to science rather than opinion.
For sure. I'll get that response from Paul Jenkins from the Oil and Gas Commission out to you this afternoon when we're done. 10.2, at our last council meeting, we had a presentation by the Timberline Trail and Nature Club Organization Society, and they gave us an update on the McQueen Slough and the whole component around the infrastructure out there. Council directed me to meet with Director Hebert, as it is a infrastructure amenity that exists out in Area D. So I met with Leonard, I met with Director Hebert last week, and we talked about it, and I said the request we had was to help with the liability insurance for 2021 to get them through this work that they're beginning to do. He's working away with them to identify what needs to be done and how, and all of that moves forward. And I'd indicated that we had the request for the insurance, and so Leonard's response back to me was if we would be willing to split and share the cost of that liability insurance for 2021, 2022 as they get through the planning and the information of what they need to do and working with the various agencies and organizations. So my recommendation is that we would consider funding half of that request of the $3,500 for $1,750 for 1 year, and we do that through our grant fund. And I think we have about $4,000 left in there. So, thank you. So we have motion moved, seconded, Councillor Wilbur. Any discussion on the motion?
Yes, I would like to.
Go ahead, Councillor Parslow.
Well, first of all, some background, further background, which I don't think Council will be aware of. The Timberline Trail Nature Club had a very successful meeting since the presentation to Council with Limited and the other party involved in the management. And Timberline Club has been advised that with this potential decision of Council and Regional District, the other groups have agreed to assume various levels of liability to this point that the Timberland Trail and Nature Club has been advised that they will be fully covered for all aspects through this decision. The other is that I was told by Ingrid Jean Hansen that the planning has been reviewed. That there was a plan developed quite a few years ago. I'm talking maybe 1989-ish, which the city of the Dawson Creek is a signature to. So is the school district, so is the regional district, around the development and planning of the McQueen Slough. And it is the intention of the Timberland Trail and Nature Club basically to follow that plan because they see very little need for change. The other signature to that plan was the Dawson Creek Sportsman's Club. And in reviewing the constitution of the Dawson Creek Sportsman's Club, conservation, enhancement of wildlife are key elements of that club's reason for being. And for information of Council, the Dawson Creek Sportsman's Club is going to be applying for a BC Lottery capital grant, which in partnership with the Timberline Trail and Nature Club will secure some funding to further develop and repair what has been there so that the place will be more usable for the public and for the intention of conserving wildlife. So that's an exciting partnership that if we're successful with our application, will really give legs to this very precious resource we have, natural resource we have in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. And so with that, any further questions, comments? All those in favor? Opposed? It's for carried. Thank you. Now, we have one other presentation this afternoon after lunch that we will deal with. And I have an item that popped up on me on Thursday at the Peace River Regional District, and it dealt with the provincial caribou recovery work. And I need to bring that forward under her today. And I know that by council's policy, we do this by notice, but I want to give council an update on it, that the Provincial Caribou Recovery Committee had 3 stages to it of subcommittees under the partnership agreement. One was the Snowmobile Advisory Committee, and one was the Socioeconomic Impact, and the third was the can't think of it. So anyway, the Snowmobile Advisory Committee has been meeting for about a year. They've come up with a report now that's causing some concerns out in our area in regards to some impacted closure areas that are being recommended. And so now the province is looking for some continued input from residents over the next 6 weeks. I think they're giving till the end of June for this next phase before they come out with their final recommendation. And from that, I would like to be able to have council's approval. And council gave me the approval, I think 2 years ago or a year and a half ago, to sit on those committees and represent the city. And so I would like to issue a statement on behalf of the city to ensure our public are aware that we have this deadline of June 30th to respond and provide input for our residents. And also, they've just striking the Socioeconomic Committee. We had a call last week with them, and I have indicated I want to be at that table. So I just want council's approval that you guys have given me the authority to sit on that table. I want to issue that letter. Blair has a copy of the letter that we have the District of Chetwynd have sent out, and we will send one out on behalf of the city under the snowmobile or under the Provincial Caribou Partnership Group. Blair?
Your Worship, what we can do is we will draft the letter and circulate it, get it to yourself. You can circulate it with council prior to sending if there's any questions, but it will be pretty straightforward.
It's a notification, and certainly we've got a number of organizations in the community that have been very involved in the working group committees and snowmobile organizations, et cetera. But I just want to make sure the public are fully aware of what's being asked today, and we get that out to them. Brenda?
Yeah, through your worship, there was 3 requests from the delegation.
Yeah, I was going to do them last just because I wanted to get them other 2 in because I wanted to slip mine in there so I didn't get into trouble. I was trying to be slippery. It didn't work. So, and the last item we had under our delegations today was Kathy Peters, who presented to us as a delegation. She had 3 requests. She wanted to ensure that we provided her with any stakeholders that might be available. And so I will be able to provide her with the list of some of the organizations in the community and make that recommendation and include them in that as well. I don't know that we need a motion for that, just to send her that information and get that to her. She asked if we could send a letter to the Premier asking for a creation of a task force on this. So I think we need to have a motion that Council will be supportive of that request. Councillor Wilbur moves. Second. Councillor Kemp. Councillor Parslow, you wanted to speak?
Well, I was going to move or second it, but I wholeheartedly agree with the need, and I must say, what a very fine, impactful presentation she made.
I completely agree. Thank you for that. Any further discussion on that? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And the third request was that we would send her a letter of support for the initiatives and work that she's undertaking. Councillor Parslow?
I'd like to move that.
Thank you. Second? Councillor Wilbur? Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. So that concludes our mayor's business and delegations. Brenda, anything further that I needed? Just let me just check that, Councillor Pryor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a number of things I will touch on for Council. First, I've got on the agenda a recycling update. It is an unfortunate update that I have to provide today. We received information last week from our recycling depot here in town that they have reached a point where they are in a position where they can no longer continue to receive our recycling. Due to the contaminants that come within these things. It's staggering, the pictures we get, you know, from feces to, it just goes on, diapers, and for people to do it, this is no mistake. This is as intentional as it can get from the individuals using. I'm going to be optimistic. If it's 5%, is going to ruin a pretty positive recycling program that we have in the city for the 95%. We are working this week to see if there is any possibility of recovering from this in cooperation, working together with DC. Present time, you know, we had monitors out previously a number of months ago that helped for some time. They would look into the bins. If they were contaminated, they would turn them around. The truck wouldn't pick them up. But at times, the people would watch the auditor. They're willing to go to that length, but they won't be willing to go to the length to put in the proper stuff. So I want council to be aware of that. We are going to do the best we can, but at some point, this becomes a safety issue for the recycling depot. There's needles, the list goes on, and it's just something the average person wouldn't do or contemplate doing. So it's unfortunate I have to provide you with that information, but I want you to know, I know Kevin and his group is working on it with the recycling people. I know there are others involved wanting to step up. So presently, unless something happens very quickly this week, there will, if we pick up recycling next week, it will be going to the landfill versus to the recycling depot, which increases. The 8th Street project, moving on, I think it's fair to say anybody that drives a vehicle has encountered that over the last number of days. They were extended by a couple of days, their shutdown. It was unfortunate, but it is back open now. It really just highlights the importance of that street to our community. It is our Highway 1 through Dawson Creek, is how I summed it up in a meeting last week. But so we now have 2-lane traffic going through there. We will experience this type of traffic flow, not a complete closure again, we hope. But it is going to take some getting used to. For people that live in the city, they will find routes that go around that. I think the first route that everybody chose the first day was down past the middle school and so on, until the traffic was backed up all the way into downtown. But everybody has found ways to get around it, and I encourage them. I know Highways is going to do the best they can. The contractor will. We will ensure that we communicate as much information as we are given to share with the public. But just wanted to highlight the importance of the project, but also the challenge that comes with it. The restart program, I think everybody heard about that. I won't go into too much detail other than to say it's a 4-phase step. But by September 7th, we will see our arenas being able to be fully utilized with games. And correct me if I'm wrong, Shante, our swimming pool should be back, hopefully, to somewhat normal. We do have a scheduled shutdown of the swimming pool in September for regular maintenance. We are looking at possibly altering that so it doesn't. closed for a month. We think we have some options there to be able to move some of that capital work up to the middle of August and start then. So we would probably only be a week or two into September, and I'll ballpark that. But it's good news. It's a sense of normalcy returning, I think, for everybody. I guess all things being considered, it will be up to the health authorities and the provincial health officer to determine if that would change, but it seemed like a pretty optimistic opening plan. I did want to touch on the capital projects. We heard earlier just a brief talk about the 102nd Avenue Bridge. We have multiple millions of dollars of road projects this year as well, so there will be an impact to the traveling public within our city this year, as there is every year that we have capital programs. We will ensure that we communicate the best we can through social media and whatever forms we have to let the public know what's going to take place, when the road closures will be in place, how long they'll be there. But I encourage you, as frustrating as it may be sometimes, on a tough day, it takes 5 minutes to go from one side of our large city to another. So I encourage people just to work with the people out there. Safety is a primary importance for the workers on these sites. So never get in too big a rush, and we can deal with that. Okay. Okay. All right. So just a quick update on the possibility of changing our capital works at the swimming pool. We're working on it. We have no formal agreement yet where contractors are based on a set date. So unless they can be accommodated, we'll figure it out. But I just wanted to raise that. If it's a possibility, we will pursue it. The other one I wanted to bring up, it's not on here. I will raise it for council's consideration. I think it's fair to say when you look around at our parks today, we see a sea of yellow. I know dandelions have a place in society. I'm just not sure that place is in our parks when we're trying to do the best we can. Pursue a report to be brought back if they would like to look at spraying our parks for dandelions. That is an issue that Mayor and Council will have to direct us upon. The cost is about $7,000 for a number of our parks that would be put up, and it would probably need to be done twice this year, certainly, to get a handle on it. But again, that is a decision. It has not been brought up in my time, certainly in the last couple of years, and I'm just not sure where council is on that. So if you want to think about that, or if you would like to say, look, we're interested or we're not, I would formalize a report for Mayor and Council to consider. Okay. Other than that, Your Worship, that is really a quick update based on what's going on in the city. We have, there's always challenges without question, but I think we have got some pretty positive things happening in our city, whether it be capital works, whether it be our programs that are provided to the people and the residents and the businesses here, and we try and do the best that we can to accommodate the needs of the general population. And certainly, Mayor and Council, we execute on your deliverables you ask us to. So,
Thank you, Blair.
Questions, Your Worship?
So maybe on the issue of the dandelions, maybe if you can bring it back for a report with council, just give us an overview of it, what it is you're planning, what it is that they'll do, how they'll do it, where they'll do it, and then council can give some direction in terms of whether they're willing to do that or not.
I can do that. If it was a hard no, I wasn't going to go to that, but if it's something people would consider to look at the report, I'm happy to do that.
Councillor Wilbur?
I was just going to say, from my perspective and those I talked to the community, I'm not interested in spraying the dandelions. I'm not even interested in staff putting time into it. They come, they go. They're the first food for an endangered species, which is the bumblebees. It's spring. Dandelions come, they go. So from my perspective, I don't need staff to put their time into bringing back a report. And honestly, I'm not interested in spraying them. I think that's more hazardous than just letting the dandelions come and go.
Thank you. Councillor Jovac?
I would like to see a report on it, in particular the impact of the herbicide that would be used.
Perfect. So I think, Blair, if you can give council that information.
Through Your Worship, there should be,
direction?
since there is some opposition, there should be a motion from council.
Okay. Councillor Jovac?
I'll make a motion that we request a report from administration on spraying the dandelions.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor
I'll
Goldberg? Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. Councillor Wilbur opposed. We'll record that. Thank you for that, Blair. Diary?
Mayor,
Yes?
may I ask a question to the Chief Administrative Officer?
Yes, sorry.
No, sir, no. It's very difficult for us. You're doing great, Dale. Recycling. That is disturbing news, but not unexpected in some sense. But to the degree of what's happening, that's a little alarming. I'm aware that some other communities have had the same problem, you know, and I wonder, is it possible to identify the neighborhood perhaps or what have you, so we can focus monitoring resources? Because you know, I've always had some concerns about recycling in our location and so on, but it's been a decision of council to have recycling, and I think we should not let it just continue to be contaminated. I just wonder if there's some other ideas to be learned from other communities. I know that Fort St. John has had its problems. So is there a possibility of doing some research, or is that research already made available? You have that information?
Kevin?
So through your worship, we did reach out to Fort St. John last week and had that discussion to see where they're at, because I'd heard things were getting better. Understanding that they have hired 4 additional bylaw officers specifically for recycle weeks, and so they go around and do the audits in full uniform. They do warnings and ticketing as necessary. So for us to identify, obviously we need to do those audits. We need to find out the source of the contaminants, and then we can deal with it at that time. So staff is going to be chatting tomorrow internally and with the Aubert Society to see if they have some volunteers that can assist in the audits. That's the first step. And we'll talk with Jeremy at DC Recycling and ensure that they're comfortable with us making some progress that way, and continue to take it as long as we're trying to be active on it.
Thank you.
Well, they're good first steps for sure. And I'm just displaying my ignorance here, but do we have a fine structure in place for people who are contaminating the recycling?
Yes, through your worship, we do. We have in the bylaw, we have the ability to fine. So typically, it's first times warning and education, and then thereafter is a fine.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So we'll move on now to consent calendar. If I can have a motion to receive consent. Councillor Kemp, second. Councillor Wilbur, all in favor? Opposed? Carried. Is there anything anybody would like to lift from the consent calendar? Any item? Strategic priorities. Anything new, Blair?
Nothing new at this point, Your
Media?
Worship.
So we have committee of the whole reports and closed. We have a delegation at 1 o'clock. So could we have a half-hour recess for lunch, and then we'll kick back into our committee of the whole, get through committee of the whole? Or Brenda, do we have some other things you need to have done before?
Through your worship, we do have RCMP and tourism here.
Okay.
If you wanted to
Let's do them then, and then we'll go to lunch. Thank you. I wasn't aware they were waiting. So let's move to committee of the whole then, and we will invite the staff sergeant in to do his update. Good afternoon. Good morning, Damon. We're still morning. Welcome. Good to have you here.
Am I on? Yeah.
Yes,
am I
you
on?
are,
Okay,
sir.
perfect. Well, thank you. Thank you for allowing me to address you today. I'll go over very quickly because I know everybody's probably hungry. So I'll be presenting to you the report, policing report for April 2021. For April, we did have one officer depart Dawson Creek. That makes us even Steven. We have no hard vacancies, nor do we have any surplus members. We're right even where we should be. We do continue to have 6 soft or temporary vacancies. That's being 2 members on maternity or paternity leave and 4 off-duty injured or sick being supported to come back as soon as they're able. For crime trend reporting between the periods of January 1st to April 30th of this year, we've had a total of 2,739 calls for service. That is up from last year by 10%. 81% of those calls were within the city. 19% were within the rural area. We're showing an increase of calls within the city of 14% and a decrease of calls within the rural area of 4%. Specific crime trends for this period: decrease of theft of vehicle, 12%, theft from vehicle, a decrease of 42%, break and enter residence, decrease of 32%, break and enter business, decrease of 17%, and our assaults, domestic violence, also a decrease of 8%. We are showing an increase in our sexual assault calls, and an increase being 89%. I had the North District Criminal Analyst in Prince George look into that for me. So just for the council, to make the council aware, the majority of those calls are historical, so they happened anywhere between 1 and 10 years ago. 3 of those calls were what we call stranger assaults, so that being not an immediate family member or an acquaintance of the family, whereas the rest of the calls for service, so 14 calls for service, were familial, so family members or acquaintance of the family. Drug possession, drug trafficking, we're showing a decrease of calls by 18%, impaired driving an increase of calls by 26%, motor vehicle collisions down 6%, and theft, including shoplifting, down 17%. Mental health, a slight increase of 15% in calls for service. So if you're looking at the same form that I'm reporting to you an increase in calls for service within the city of 14%, though most of our major crime groups are showing decreases. I was confused by that, so I looked into it to find out how that works, because it's not meshing. What I found out was the increase for calls within the city is coming from 2 groups, one being COVID-related calls. This time last year, between January and April, we didn't have COVID pandemic-related calls because they didn't have preventative measures in place at that time. So that's one part of the increase for calls within the city. The second is failed to appear calls. So I've determined that we've had an increase of failed to appear calls for service, which occurs at the courthouse within the city. So it's affecting the city stats or city numbers. So we've had an increase of failed to appear calls by 200% compared to last year. Our annual policing priorities, if you recall, we have 5 of them. First one was impaired driving. We've received some training or sent members on training to bring them up to date on some impaired related training to get them out on the road and using the ASD. You may see impaired roadblocks. I know that there was a bunch set up on National Impaired Driving Day, which I think was May 22nd. You're going to continue to see roadblocks primarily on weekends, so we're going to be doing more of those as we progress through the year. To date, as of April, we had issued 11 immediate roadside prohibitions relating to impaired driving. The second priority was substance abuse or drugs. I didn't report this in my crime trends, so while I'm reporting a decrease of calls relating to drug possession or drug trafficking of 18%, a decrease of 18%. Drug overdose calls, we've seen an increase of 750%. So we're having less calls for service relating to drug possession, drug trafficking. However, we're getting many more calls relating to drug overdose calls. I can't say formally that that's related to COVID. However, I would suggest that perhaps that has that some of that can be attributed to COVID, mental well-being, and substance abuse use and stuff like that. So number 2, our priority was to address drugs in the city here and the surrounding area. To that end, we've joined the Community Opiate Action Team Committee. Through that committee, our officers have now been provided naloxone kits to hand out to users during police interaction. So while we usually carry naloxone kits with us all the time, they're for emergencies for officers, or if we come across someone that is actually overdosing and our officers have to intervene. Officers are now carrying extra naloxone kits that they can hand out during interactions. Our third policing priority was property. A lot of our property calls are preventable. So if persons simply lock the doors on their houses or their business, lock the doors on their cars, remove valuables from plain view, our property calls will decrease. So part of our initiative was to send out proactive media releases, just encouraging the public to lock their doors and remove valuables from sight. So a media release was sent out in May. It'll be sent out again in June. We're going to try and do monthly releases to the community to let them know to be a little bit more proactive for property crime, to decrease property crime. We're also starting work again on the capture project. I talked to you about this very quickly last year, but I didn't get an opportunity to move forward with it. I'm going to try to this year. The capture project stands for community-aided policing through the use of recorded evidence. They're running that in Red Deer. It was created and it's currently being used in Red Deer by the Red Deer RCMP. And basically, it's a repository for persons in the community that have video cameras, and will allow police to have them if we need them. So it doesn't have any actual video on the website. It's just a collection of information, so we can have contact information for persons that have cameras that are willing to share it with RCMP for evidence. So I'll have more on that later. The fourth community policing, or pardon me, the fourth policing priority was community policing. The public really wanted to see the RCMP out more in the community. So to that end, we're arranging for bike training for officers to move forward with a bike patrol in the downtown core. My understanding is that Dawson Creek used to have members on bikes many years ago, or before I was here anyways. So the good thing about that is we have the equipment already. We already have 5 or 6 bikes. I don't have to buy anything. I do have to arrange training for my members. It's a 5-day course to learn how to ride a bicycle as a police officer. Yeah, so I'm looking into that, but we will soon have officers on bike in the downtown core. My hope is within the next few weeks or month. Zoom lunches, again, to get officers into the classrooms through the COVID pandemic. We reached out to the school district, and we've been invited into several school classrooms now during lunch to have just a non-traditional conversation. To date, I've had 6 Zoom lunches with various schools in the area. I have a bunch more coming up here throughout the remainder of the school year. 2 officers also attended in person to have lunch at schools when they were invited to do so. And finally, the detachment cultural training that we're trying to arrange through Treaty 8 is ongoing. Treaty 8 is just trying to find a presenter that can provide a presentation to our detachment, but we're working with Treaty 8 to bring someone into the detachment for that training. Persons crimes, we've joined and helped set up the Intensive Case Assessment Team Committee, so an ICAT it's called, and that supports domestic violence victims and addresses domestic violence calls. It's in many cities. Dawson Creek didn't have it, we do now. So we're starting to make referrals for our domestic violence calls to the ICAT committee. We're also doing research to provide information to the community as to how persons can search the criminal record of prospective relationships before the first date. So a lot of people don't know it, but before you get into a relationship with someone, you can actually go online for free and query them for a criminal record and see if they've ever been charged with domestic violence or assaults. So we're going to see if we can roll that out in the community and make sure people are aware that they can do that. And finally, pertaining more to sexual assault calls, we're preparing an education consent presentation. So knowing what consent is, or how to say no when you can say, well, you can say no all the time, but knowing what consent is, we're going to be rolling that out in the schools when we get the presentation together. So that's all I have today, unless you have any questions for me.
Thank you, Damon. Questions from council? Anybody? Thank you, Damon. That was really good, informative, and the thing that captured me was the COVID calls and stats, and wondered how that was influencing it, and also the mental health stuff. It looks like to me, just from recollection and over the years, that's really climbing, just as a piece of the work that you guys are being called upon now from what it was? And I'm, like I said, I'd have to go back and look, but I'm assuming it's been steadily climbing over the last 3 or 4 years.
I agree with you. Like I said, formally, I can't say right now COVID is definitely affecting our mental health calls or substance abuse. I believe it is. 5 or 10 years from now, we'll be able to look back and say, okay, definitely COVID, during that time, we saw a spike.
Sure. Good. Thank you, Damon. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming in.
Have a good lunch.
And I want to have one more. Dustin's here from Spectre Venue on tourism, and so rather than have him go back home and come later, we'll have him present to council now, and then we'll break for lunch. Good morning, Dustin. Good afternoon, Dustin. Thank you. The news releases today.
Hasn't been announced yet.
I just seen an email a little while ago.
Thank you, Dustin. Good morning. Good afternoon.
I've been told I have to be expedient here as everyone needs to go for lunch. So, Your Worship, Council, Administration, thanks for allowing us to come and present our 2020 annual report for the County Event Center and Tourism Dawson Creek. And yes, this will be the last year that we present as the County Event Center, with the announcement this morning of the formal name change to Ovintiv. So very, very excited on that part. As we all know, 2020, with the COVID-19 pandemic, provided significant challenges to the event and tourism industries, not just in Dawson Creek, but provincially, nationally, and across the world. When we kind of first started off in 2020, there was a lot of excitement and optimism, and yes, 18 months ago seems like a very long time ago, but just remembering the sold out monster truck show, the We Will Rock You, country artists like Old Dominion, all those exciting things that were happening at that point. February 2020, we actually had 15 event days, both within Co-op Mercer Hall and the event center space. And then March 12th happened, and the world kind of took a 180. So obviously, with any type of challenge or crisis, we kind of go into scenario type planning, mitigating how we can mitigate those challenges, start looking at what we can do to restart the business, and then also spending time on reimagining what we can utilize spaces and reimagining what we can do on the tourism side. So as listed within the annual report in front of you, there's a number of different mitigation things, whether that's staff reduction, saving energy, uses on utilities, looking at all of our service agreements, and again, just reducing costs wherever possible. As you can see on the financial report, our budget process, we put together our budgets every year in the fall, and I'd work with the City of Dawson Creek on those and deliver those budgets to the Chief Financial Officer. We're always looking at what we can do. We already have an idea of what the first quarter looks like and even what the first 2 quarters look like, and then we fill in the gaps for the second half of the year. Obviously, with the pandemic hitting after the first quarter, there were significant impacts to being able to gather people and host events. So that's where you'll see those changes where we budgeted to were actual, but with all the cost recovery savings, etc., that we tried to implement, we actually reduced our indirect expenses by just over $921,000 for 2020 to operating income effect of $210,000 better than subsidy. Within the annual report, you'll kind of see different ways that we look to restart the business and utilize the spaces that were available to us for different things like community programming, making sure that user groups, working with Shantae's team in Parks and Recreation to ensure that the spaces were utilized wherever possible. As we kind of go through the annual report, another kind of big highlight is obviously the energy savings, as you can see on page 16, 17, 18, and 19. It's a very unique building, 3 different facilities under one roof, and our operations team were able to be very stringent and be able to pull the right triggers at the right time in order to see significant savings across the entire facility. Another kind of big part of last year was, once we realized where we were, was making sure that we reached out to all of our partners and community groups and allow them to utilize our variety of assets in order to, whether that's featuring groups on our social media channels or email databases, so that we can promote their businesses during this very difficult time. Community good, which is a big pillar for us at the Event Center, but also a key pillar and strategic priority that Council has ensured that we look at on a yearly basis. We continue to do that, obviously with limited events. The number of tickets we were able to distribute to community groups was less, but we found different ways, whether that's through some guitars that we had on standby, or utilizing our assets, again, like the big digital sign out on Highway 2, but making sure that continued to be a priority throughout the last year. Another kind of cool program that we initiated in partnership with our partner Co-op was utilizing some of our hot dog inventory that we had because of no events, and partnering with the other schools within within Dawson Creek and Pooscoopies, so that we could provide hot lunch to the students over the course of a few weeks. On the tourism side, again, a lot of challenges, a lot different year in COVID compared to regular years. Without the U.S. border opening, there was still regional traffic, local traffic through the visitor center, but as you can see on page 49, the numbers were drastically lower compared to a normal year. And with lower visitors, it equals less purchases at the gift shop, etc. But even saying that, looking at different things that we were able to do last year, we had kind of had a strategic plan of ensuring that we were doing different campaigns on a week-by-week basis, as you can see on page 54 and 55, whether that's a Boston pizza party or different initiatives online to connect locals to businesses and really support that shop local aspect. Another initiative, as you can see on page 56 and 57, was a Porch Stories marketing campaign. And the concept behind this is, a great place to live is a great place to visit. And we were able to reach out to a number of ambassadors within the community, some of them sitting around this table here, to provide those kind of unique anecdotes of why Dawson Creek is a great place to live, which is, we can repurpose all of this content on a regular basis, not just in 2020, but going forward. On page 58 and 59, it really just kind of summarizes the outlook for the future. Very optimistic based on, where we're going. The news last week with the provincial health guidelines of, reopening different aspects, reopening recreational facilities. We have a couple of events on the books for the fall. So all those type of things moving forward are exciting, including the announcement this morning of our naming rights partner. So with that, I think I kept within my 10 minutes that I was told I had to. But if anybody has any questions, I'll be happy to answer those.
Thank you, Dustin. Anyone comments, questions? Well, thank you. I know, obviously, for all of us, the event center is such an important aspect to our community, and it's been a tough time. I think we're all optimistic with the announcement last week that we're seeing a loosening of the noose on public gatherings and starting to see where that reopening plan begins to move us. And we really need the event center open, and we need it open to the public for events and concerts and the things that it was built for and requested by the residents of the region to have an event center. So thanks for coming in today, Dustin. Appreciate it. And obviously, for those folks that haven't seen the news release, the Encana Event Center, effective today, from here on, will be known as the Ovintiv Event Center. Rebranding anything is always a tough gig, and I know the reputation that the Encana Event Center has had across Western Canada has been all across Canada nationally, and has been the Encana Event Center is a place to go watch a concert, and you get great shows in Dawson Creek. And so now it's up to us to go to work and rebuild that brand of the Ovintiv Event Center in Dawson Creek is the place to go to see the show. I should brand that. That was just, I'm going to do that. Thanks, Dustin. Appreciate you coming in.
Perfect. Thank you, everyone.
So now if we can have a break for half an hour, we'll have lunch and get back at it. The Ovintiv Event Center is the place to go to see a show. Okay, so we'll call ourselves back to order, and we're going to continue on with our committee of the whole because we've got some staff here that are trying to work and trying to meet our council agenda. So next up, we got Devin Arrow coming in, and we'll have Devin present from Public Works today. Hey, Devin, welcome.
Thank you for having me. Is my mic on?
Yep.
Oh, great, we're set. Okay, so you guys have our report in front of you. I'll touch on a few things here. Sewer trunk main inspection and cleaning update. I just wanted to touch on that. We met late last week, staff did, with the consultant, and they're preparing contract documents this week. So, and a tender, some tender documents based on staff direction. So we should hopefully have some stuff soon for you on that. Touching on the pump selection request for quotations. So these pumps were the bypass pumps for any sort of sewage overflow or anything like that. We had 5 bids, although one of the bidders submitted multiple options. At the end of the day, we did get those pumps we awarded. It was lower than the purchasing policy threshold, so the general manager was able to award. We're now, they're on site, we've got them, and staff are preparing them for use for an emergency situation. The role is to have multiple emergency teams ready to go, knowing the role, knowing what they need, and having everything ready to go so that in a situation we can go as soon as possible and protect our community. We're looking forward to taking an active role in emergency management rather than putting barricades up and watching the flooding and trying to keep people safe, actually being able to assist in keeping people's homes protected. Water environmental programming on the 3rd page. We have the Watershed Stewardship Annual Report, which was attached for you. I just go over a couple of highlights. There's a summary at the back of that report, but a few of the major highlights for you. Hydrocarbon results, so that's oils, gases, all the nasty bits. All samples from the city source water were below laboratory detection limits again, so that's good. Fecal coliforms, again, continue to be a major factor. So that's not just human, but that's also animal as well. And a lot of it also comes from the dirt, right? Comes from the material, comes from the runoff that comes into the river. But our water treatment plant, again, is designed to manage these things, right? We have different treatment processes. We have I believe it's called a log 4 process in the plant that deals with those E. coli, as well as UV and our GAC, which is granular activated carbon, which deals with those nasties in the water. And the results are consistent with historical sampling data. So nothing out of the ordinary that we have never normally seen from previous years. That's all. Going on to, I guess, public works operations. The road sweeping operations and boulevard cleaning is done. We've been working in conjunction with parks. This year was a little bit different just because we had a new park supervisor, we had new public works managers, but we managed to get it done. We did a good job. Crews are currently working on cleaning catch basins along Alaska. We're doing a night shift for that. We also are doing water valve checks, sign repairs, and we're focusing on compost. It's in full swing if you haven't noticed on the weekends. So even after all that rain, full swing. We pushed it up twice last weekend. And just to touch on a couple of the graphics you have in the back on pages 5 and 6, I'd like to put together the concerns that we have. You can see our concerns are now kind of on average with last year. Seems like COVID only really took a bump for one month last year, and people were back to their normal selves, calling us with everything they were concerned about. You look at the main complaints, we had most of our complaints and concerns came through roads with potholes as well as some drainage in there, and that aligns nicely with our effort in spring. Cemetery, 11% for spring cleanup. That was the Mother's Day spring cleanup and getting ready for that, and then drainage 12%, and roads taking up 57% of the effort of the city crews. So that's pothole repairs, that's road sweeping, and that's general cleanup of damaged curb or anything like that. Okay, that's it for me. Do you guys have any?
Great.
Anything?
Thank you, Devin. Questions, council? Anybody? Devin, two things. I kind of smiled when you said we're done the street sweeping, because I don't think we're ever done.
No, we're not done. No, I should have said we're done the first pass.
Yeah. And to me, there's one, and I know Blair and I have talked about it a little bit, because the frustration to me is I see it where I know how much effort, how much work, how much planning goes into doing the street sweeping, and then you go through an area and the residents have pushed this winter accumulation out on the street after the street's cleaned, and so I'm not sure what the answer is, but that's my frustration, I'm sure, for you guys as well. So anyway, I also want to just let the staff know I think they've done a great job and really have been on top of it and really
I'll let them know.
Cleaned it up this spring.
Absolutely.
We had a discussion this morning on our report on the Bear Hole Lake project, and I forgot to mention it there, but last year I'd really hoped to be able to get out to Bear Hole Lake. I've never been out there. I would really like to go out as a tour, and I don't know if other members of council would like to. It's a day, I'm assuming, and if there's any possibility of us being able to facilitate a tour out there somehow and to see that really important amenity of our water supply system, I would really like to do that someday. Absolutely. If it's possible.
Yeah, and it is possible. It's just tricky.
Yeah.
It's a very remote site
Yeah.
With only boat access. Or I don't know how many of you have side-by-sides, but it's a long trip in on a cut line. We actually maintain a cut line access every year. It's very remote. So I've talked with our GM about it in the past too. Getting multiple people out there is difficult, but it is doable.
Yeah.
So, and
awesome.
we can have those discussions and see if there's something more we can do there.
Perfect. Well, I would like to see it, and if it meant, I know the boat, trying to get the boat over to the weir, but I also got a small aluminum boat and stuff like that, that if I could take it out there myself and that would help, I would.
It might be a convoy if we're going to do it.
Yeah.
But
anyway, if we can try and facilitate that, and if other members of council might be willing to do it, I just think it's a really important asset and one that's really interesting to me.
It's a pretty special place out there too. I've done a couple trips with them to assist them in the past, just so I could see. Sure. I've done a helicopter tour with them too, and it's 175 kilometers up the Kiskatna, right? So not as the crow flies, but as the river flows. Yeah. So it's pretty remote.
Cool. Thanks, Devin.
Absolutely. Okay.
Yes, Councillor Parslow, go ahead.
Just one question. It always bothers me. Fecal coliform count in the Kiskatna River. Does the regional district have any role in making the waterways enjoyed by people in the hot weather for swimming safe for swimming? I mean, if we had those fecal coliform counts in, let's say, Vancouver, the beach would be closed down.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Parslow. I don't know if there's anything that they have, any responsibility they have to maintain the quality of that river, but it is something we're always keeping in contact with the PRD and keeping in communication. This annual report does go to the PRD as well, and usually our watershed actually even presents to them. But it's something, they're a major stakeholder, so it's important that we keep them and keep in touch with them on that. I believe a few years ago we had sent a memo out to the public on the quality of the water in the Kiskatna, and something that's always important to us to just maintain. But as far as improving the quality, I'm not sure. It's a very complex and difficult question, but something that we're always continually working on. One thing that we need to know is, I guess, we need to maintain the current quality. We need to know what the current quality is. That's why we continue to do the sampling and testing, if we're going to ever at some point try to improve that quality.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Devin. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you.
And I know that our next delegation is waiting, but Michelle is here, so we can do finance, and then we'll move on to our delegation. So our financial services manager is next. We have an hour set aside for. Good morning, Michelle. Welcome.
Hi. Thanks.
Nice to be here. Have you here?
Thanks for having me.
Floor is yours.
Okay, just a couple of things to note from April's Committee of the Whole report for our Finance Department. The loan authorization bylaw, 4503 capital paving project, everything has been mailed to the Ministry of Municipal Affairs, and we're just waiting for the inspector's approval. We did have a cemetery audit, which you've approved on this agenda, the report, so that's good. Peace River agreement funding was received April 22nd. Also, we worked on our quarterly reporting, accounts receivable, and it was also approved in this meeting. Same with the consolidated versus the budget. We had a system rollover, which we do every year after our financials are approved. So it just closes the prior year, brings the balances forward. We had Suncorp appraisers called us in April. We set up a meeting with them. They appraised 43 properties over 3 days. Water sales, we had 387 customers in the month of April, and 101 of those customers were in 1 week, and that's 18 customers per day. And our taxes were emailed on May the 12th, and the rest of them were mailed on May the 13th. And probably around 1,200 homeowner grants so far. And that's it. Any questions?
Thanks, Michelle. Any questions for anyone? The online homeowners grant, can you just give a little bit of an update on how folks can go through that? Or
Yeah, on the tax notice itself, there is an email or a website that you can go on. You need your social insurance number, you need your jurisdiction, which is on your tax notice, and you need your roll number.
Okay. Cool.
And you can also, some of the elderly people that don't have computers, it's by phone.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Awesome. Anything further for council? Thank you, Michelle.
Thanks.
Have the afternoon off. So now I would, our 1 o'clock delegation I see is connected, and so at we have Wayne Plennert joining us this afternoon, and to do a presentation, and so it's my pleasure to welcome Wayne this afternoon, and I'll allow Wayne to introduce the topic and hand the floor over to you. Welcome, Wayne.
Thank you very much. Good to be here, Mayor Bumstead and Council. What I want to talk about is basically childhood trauma and that sort of thing. You'll get the hang of it as we go in. But let me introduce myself this way. Most of you know me, retired lawyer, semi-retired mediator with a passion for system design, especially conflict system design. And I'm always looking for how we can handle conflicts better. And so I've got a slideshow that I'm going to put on. The idea is to see what the city might be interested in doing when it comes to the different kinds of conflicts we have, specifically those dealing with childhood trauma and neglect. So I start with this slide here. In the bottom left corner of this, which I call my introduction slide, you see the reference to Osgoode Hall Law School. Exactly 20 years ago to right now, I needed a practicum project for my Master's of Law. The city, both council and administration, were willing to take an interpersonal conflict course with me. I still remember Councillor Jovac as a keen participant. It was a highlight, and I could draw a direct line between that course and where I am now. About 10 years ago, the province of BC prepared one of the most innovative family law reforms that our country has ever seen. It needed to be presented and then passed by our legislature. The person chosen for that was the Honorable Blair Lekstrom. Mr. Lekstrom had some legitimate, I should say very legitimate, questions and concerns about it. And he trusted me to work with him through those and then guided the legislation through without any changes. And I can say that the entire province is and should be grateful for what he and the legislature did. And then this last year, I've been working with two people leading family reform in BC and Alberta. BC's lead is Jane Morley QC, Alberta is Diana Lowe QC. And they introduced me to how these reforms can work. And this adverse childhood experience stuff has really been pushing how we look at some basic problems, and they have created a brilliant strategy map for their area. And what I'm going to be suggesting is that Dawson Creek could consider building a strategy map. For what it's worth, Jane's connection with this area, apart from knowing me, is she guided the Lakeview Credit Union through a strategic planning session some years ago. And they introduced me to the brain story, which is where all this starts, which is why I have this up. I should have said also that I'm here because of the urging of Councillor Parslow, and I am grateful to him for the push. I thought it was extremely helpful, and I appreciate it. So the request here is that Council address the impact on our community of childhood neglect and trauma. I'm not looking for you to provide services. I don't want this to lead to building a new bureaucracy. Instead, the goal is for the city to encourage a coordination of the many efforts out there so we get tangible and far-reaching results in our community. The first 20 or so minutes here will introduce the problem. The next segment will show new developments in the area. And the final gives ideas as to what the city might do. I welcome and encourage questions and comments, and in fact, will be disappointed without them. I apologize if I go through this too quickly, but it's an awful lot in a short window. So what is an adverse childhood experience? I recently read an interview in the New York Times with the Surgeon General of California. She was talking about ACEs. She explained about the impact of trauma and neglect on children, and then said that this topic is to our era like germ theory was 100 years ago. Before germ theory, people knew how to avoid bad water. They knew they had to avoid bad water, isolate from people with the plague, treat sick people separately, but they had no working theory that connected all of these things. I know as a result of germ theory, we see millions of dollars spent in our city every year. We make sure the water's clean, we make sure it's separate from sewage, we make sure we have a good public health care system. And this is because we understand the underlying theory. It's about germs. In the same way, we're now developing an underlying theory that explains most addictions, depression, anxiety, heart problems, some cancers, family separations, intergenerational trauma. It's the brain story that links these, and one key lesson here is what happens when a developing brain faces adversity. I'll give a couple illustrations before I get into the one that has this slide's about. After a child's conceived, its brain develops. It develops in the fetus and then develops after birth. And this happens in predictable stages. And so it can be affected by predictable problems. For example, my oldest granddaughter was born with serious eye problems. Those had to be addressed before she got more than, I think, 4 years old, because up until that point, that part of her brain was still malleable. Otherwise, she would have required serious and risky surgery. So the brain was flexible for a time and then it was locked in. Another example is fetal alcohol syndrome. At a very precise time in pregnancy, if a mother consumes alcohol, the part of the brain that connects the two lobes, the hemispheres, the corpus callosum, does not develop properly, leading to a permanent and uncorrectable problem. You only have, I think it's 1 week or so, and then that happens. Outside forces also affect the developing brain. So I'm going to tell the story that relates to this slide. This Dr. Fellini and another psychologist had a clinic that worked with people who wanted to lose weight. The doctor was working with those wanting to lose around 300 pounds. That was his goal. The experience of dealing with one of his patients, someone he'd spent a lot of time thinking about and not always in a positive way, taught him and has taught us now a lot about the brain. The lady weighed well over 400 pounds. When she enrolled in the program, she was able to lose weight and got herself down to 150. Suddenly, she began to gain weight again, 35 pounds in 3 weeks. She said she couldn't explain it. Go to bed with a clean kitchen, wake up with dirty dishes everywhere. She did a lot of counseling, but over the years, all the weight came back. Her children then talked her into bariatric surgery. Now her weight was down and it stayed down. As a result, a number of suicide attempts. So the doctor now filled us in on the backstory. He learned that as a child, this woman had repeatedly been sexually abused by her grandfather's brother. After she joined the program and lost all that weight, an older married co-worker said, "Now you're looking so good, maybe we should." And then she started eating in her sleep. What the doctor realized once he thought this over, and once he realized the whole case, they were treating this entirely wrong. Her weight wasn't her problem. The weight was the solution for her problem. He said it was something like a person seeing a house on fire and saying, "Look at all that smoke, we have to do something." The response is like putting up massive fans to blow away all the smoke from the burning building. So what he's saying is the problem is with what happened to her brain when she was very small and it was developing, and the weight was the way her brain learned to protect herself from predators. The idea that our childhoods can seriously mess with our brains led Kaiser Health in 1975 to 77 to survey some 17,000 people in the San Diego area. They wanted background info about how many had had bad childhood experiences. They asked 10 questions. Did your parents separate before you were 18? Was one or more of them addicted? Were you abused? Were you neglected? And so forth. There were 10 simple questions about adverse childhood experiences, which we now call ACEs. To their shock, the numbers were very high, with more than half having one major experience and a significant group with 4 or more. The pool of people surveyed was 70% Caucasian, 70% had a college degree. This was a very well-off group, and this was their statistics. So this leads to the obvious question: in how many areas are we trying to blow away smoke and ignoring the fire? In how many areas are we treating the symptoms and ignoring the underlying causes? The answer is a lot, as you can see from there. So where I got into this was with family justice. I'm suggesting to you that this is a much wider question than family justice, but this is what brought me into it. And one thing that we're doing now is redefining what family justice and family justice reform looks like. The old definition, one held by a quarter of the population, is that family justice is a fair legal system, and reform would be a way to improve the way courts work. 75% of the population, however, say it's a good life. And that is what we're now looking at, is how can we create a just world in all these different areas where people get a good life. BC and Alberta have worked hard on this. Alberta in particular by trying to get things out of the court system and trying to get the groups in the province that are connected with people with adverse childhood experiences aligned, and judges to move all the problems to them except for very specific narrow legal issues. Their first really big push to make this happen has just recently started in Grand Prairie, and I've been invited to participate in that. The various counseling groups there, all levels of the RCMP, the courts, lawyers, women's shelters, and other groups are all involved. Alberta, so they're trying to do something. I would like to, I'll be suggesting something a bit different for our area, but it very much patterns what they're up to. One thing Alberta has is a brilliant online college level course that's free on the brain story. This is from a series of lectures by famous American and Canadian researchers and practitioners, which has been turned into a 19-part course called The Brain Story. I've gone through it now 3 times, including with a local group of lawyers, counselors, and others here in Dawson Creek. We did it as a team the one time because it's much easier to do with supports. And the learning has been very deep. BC, unlike Alberta, has focused more on the court system. They have just started 2 major initiatives, one in Victoria and one in Surrey, to seriously cut the use of judges and treat family problems as family problems instead of legal disputes. You have to see a mediator in those places before you're allowed to go to court. So what we have is 2 big city initiatives, Victoria and Surrey, a medium-sized city initiative in Grand Prairie, and what I've been urged to do is look at what might happen in a small city and how, and the kind of setting we have here to see if that is of interest. Okay. Back to adverse childhood experiences. I got these from Access to Justice BC. They sent out a bunch of slides, and in terms of credibility, Access to Justice BC, the person in the head of it is the Chief Justice of the Court of Appeal. So these are players at the highest level. But you can see here they have 3 kinds of ACEs: abuse, neglect, and household dysfunction. And if you have those in your life, your chances as a child are definitely impacted. The possible risk outcomes include your behavior changing, you become much less inert, you're likely to smoke, you're likely to become an alcoholic, use drugs, or miss work. Your physical and mental health deteriorate with problems with weight, diabetes, depression, suicide, sexually transmitted diseases, as well as heart disease, cancer, stroke, and so forth. I'm going to tell a story and then open this up, give a little summary and open this up to questions. A particularly profound story in that brain story course about toxic relationship is this one, Module 7. And this is a very, very condensed version, showing how ACEs can be addressed. Imagine a mom, age 19, Elizabeth. She's expecting, she has a 2-year-old and a 3-year-old. The 3-year-old is Sam. Elizabeth was raised by a proud mother who wouldn't accept welfare, so Elizabeth as a child had to hide in the hall until mom came home because it was safe from bullets in the hall. Elizabeth was violently abused by Sam's father in front of Sam. So this abused mom had 2 children with a 3rd on the way. Sam's core story is that the world's very dangerous. By age 3, he had an amazing attention bias to threat, and amazing but not adaptive ways of protecting himself. Every time he would go from the parking lot to the daycare, he would knock down at least one child. For him, every child is a threat. If a child got close to him, he would instantly have his fists closed protectively into balls, even if the child had no idea of the impact he or she was having on Sam. The worker assigned to this case and who related this story explained that her job was to work with the family in their home, go visit regularly and become someone they could trust, and then try to get them to reshape their situation. Sam had seen no one as a protector. He had to take care of himself already at age 3. There is no safe place in his world. Elizabeth doesn't know how to involve Sam because of her own drama of having been abandoned. So the caseworker is getting to know them, but they are just in 2 separate worlds that happen to be in the same house. One visit, though, she happened to bring and leave behind a box of crayons and a coloring book. And somehow this touched a memory in Elizabeth, and the next visit, the worker finds Sam and Elizabeth side by side coloring instead of watching TV. Somehow this breakthrough led to each being able to talk about their abuse over the next year, and by the end of that year, they had a new relationship. They weren't just living together. And what's significant is both are young enough and the worker astute enough that the brains can rebuild. The brain is particularly plastic ages 3 to 5, and particularly plastic again ages 15 to 25. So those 2 brains really improved. Sam changed. He's learning trust, he's learning love. Elizabeth changed. She's no longer a battered woman. She is now Sam's mom and a daughter to her own mother, someone who loves to cook and read, hates to clean, and she loves writing poetry, and she's someone who used to get hit. The worker said in conclusion of her module that the approach she uses works as well with children with 4 or more ACEs as with those that are less. This slide is a teeter-totter that shows how the factors can be worked. I don't have the time here to really explain it, but you can see that the more positive supports a child has, the healthier they're going to be, the more it moves into the green. Also, the more resilient the child is, the more the whole teeter-totter slides to the left, making the positive supports all the better. And it's a rather useful chart to explain what we're trying to do here. So to summarize, we treat symptoms. We don't treat problems of ACEs. We assume 19-year-olds are adults when their brains are still very plastic and rapidly changing. The science in this is amazing. How the brain develops, what brain architecture should look like, and how things can be improved. We know children need stress. That's how we learn. That's how we grow. Sometimes they have far too much stress, and I can think of a friend whose grandson was in the hospital for 6 months with cancer, and still with the supports, that child came through even stronger and can come through even stronger. Others, many others in our community fall through the cracks, end up with a multitude of problems, and their children are going to be even more at risk. Any questions or discussion before I go on? I'm going to stop sharing to see if there's any, is there anything that anyone would like to comment on or otherwise refer to here?
Council, anyone? Sorry, go ahead, Councillor Parslow.
Well, just to add to what Wayne's sharing there, my primary teachers used to share about the state of readiness of children for schooling. And there was a lot of research done by the University of British Columbia, and they developed an assessment tool. And we, in School District 59, had one of the highest numbers as a percentage of children coming to school who were unprepared for schooling. Also, we had a lot of anecdotal evidence that primary teachers' long-term standing in the district could predict which children were going to have negative experiences for them with the law. So this early childhood stuff is very, very important. And I can't help but reflect to that wonderful presentation we received at the very start of today's council meeting, which I think links into that, and that's Kathy Peters' presentation about human trafficking. So yes, thank you. I'm really enjoying the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think you can continue on, Wayne.
Sure. Okay, great. Okay, share screen. So we're now talking about what we can do about it, and I'm not talking yet about what Dawson Creek can do about it. I'm talking more about why this is different. I was asked both by Councillor Parslow as well as by Mr. Lekstrom, what's your ask? Make sure you've got a nice, simple ask, and clear, want it to be clear and so forth. That's the challenge here, is it's not as easy as it seems. And so I want to explain the challenge in making a simple request here. And I start with something called complexity theory. And actually, I think I seem to have missed the slide. There we go. In my world, there are three kinds of problems: simple, complicated, and complex. I've got cookies on under simple, but I bake bread now. It's one of the things I do in this retirement of mine. And with a good recipe and good materials and a good oven, I get a good outcome pretty much every time. It's straightforward. What council deals with is matters that are complicated. The example I have in the illustration is of a rocket ship going to Mars, which strikes me as about as complicated as you can get, even though there's two landings just at the same time on Mars right today. But having said that, the idea is you do a lot of planning ahead of time. You try your very best to prepare and organize things, and then you pass a law that is designed to deal with the complicated problem. Or in this case, the case of the rocket ship, you develop a way that the scientists can make sure that rocket is as safe and as predictable as possible despite the complications. However, the problem that we're dealing with adverse childhood experiences is complex, not complicated, and therefore it needs a different model. Complexity is like raising a family. No matter how much you prepare, you'd better be ready to adjust as things go along. It's not straightforward. You can't do it all ahead of time. And the key to complex problems is, first of all, they are built out of failure. There has to be something really going wrong before you will try to do this. Previous attempts to fix it, the old way of doing it isn't working, so you've got to do something different. Complex problems have half-lives, so therefore they work for a while and then you need to tweak or adjust or change. There's limited long-term effectiveness often. However, effective approaches include: one, assume that others have stakes to their approaches and they will resist change. There are silos, there are barriers everywhere to a complex problem. Second, a laboratory model is really useful. Get a bunch of different projects going as experiments. If something is successful, you roll it out. If something is not, you learn from it. And the way you learn from it is by failing quickly. If something doesn't work, don't drag it on. Don't make it so it has to go on forever, but make it fail forward so you learn and the next project will take those learnings into account. Fail is good. and then do the assessment, not afterwards. Do the assessment during the project so you can change or tweak the project as it unfolds. The reason for the second point in all this is if you've got a whole bunch of different things in your kind of laboratory model, if they're going in all kinds of different directions, that is, they don't have a strategic connection, then you're going to get poorer results. So in the first model there, we have a big execution gap because all the little arrows are going in too many random directions. And because of that, you can't fulfill what you really wanted. There's not enough sufficient execution and your goals get unmet. If, however, you get all the different groups aligned in the same exercise, and I've got a list of all the potential ones there, then you don't have an execution gap. What you have is all kinds of learning that happens from all the little arrows. They all learn from each other, and because their goals are relatively common, the goals are met. Family well-being gets improved. And you can see all of the different examples there of the kinds of groups we could play with in this. I particularly like this, this chart. It's sustainability transitions, and it's by a guy called Giels. And what Giels says is that whenever you've got a big problem or a complex problem that you want to work on, there will be a landscape. Culture, values, identity, the various external variables, that's your landscape, and that's at the very top. Then there are those organizations and so forth that are addressing the problem. These he calls the regime or the systems. So you will have there the technology that's involved, you have institutions involved, you have policy, which could involve government at different levels, and you have industry. And then you have what I'm talking about is getting a bunch of niche innovations that are working on the project because of what they do. The innovations eventually will reshape the regime, and then the whole landscape itself gets reshaped. And how do you work on this? Well, you create common strategy, and you create common ways of measuring your strategy so that people are working on roughly the same measures towards the same outcomes. So this chart shows that you can have a common outcome for a community and common measures. So for example, suppose you wanted to increase the number of people who graduate from high school. You have now got an outcome measure, you know how many there are now, and you have a target for how many that will be in 10 years. And then within that, you can have different groups working on that, and they will have both a strategy objective for their efforts and ways of measuring their own efforts. So this is a very general way of starting to look at what I'm going to call a strategy map. These are the various projects and the various initiatives that can then shape the strategy objectives, and all aligned so that the different groups are working towards a common outcome objective. And then within that, so within the big ones, you will have little ones. So a group might have 3 or 4 different initiatives within that group. The school system might, the court system might, the justice system might, the criminal justice system might, and all working towards that in their own ways so that the outcome for the entire community is more easily met and there's no execution gap. This is a very big strategy map. It's designed by a fellow called Barberg, who I'll be mentioning later, Bill Barberg, and his organization, which is ARRCC, ACES and Resilience. And what you have at the very top is the common outcomes that they're looking for right across the board for adverse childhood experiences and developing resilience. Then there's a whole series of different strategies in various different categories. You'll notice, and then down below, there's capacity development, which is how can we grow the necessary organizations and systems that will then allow the strategies to be met so our outcomes are met. Where I was involved is in the one that's got that circle or oval around it, transform the family justice system. And I was, the way it worked is that Alberta and BC got together, and this is Diana Lowe and Jane Morley, and they wanted to develop their own niche within this. And so that's what they did. And over the course of about 8 or 10 months, they did develop a chart. And I was lucky enough, because I had taken the course and because Jane's a friend of mine, to be the third person in on this. It was really very exciting. And so they developed a model for family justice. And I'll go back for a moment. Whoops, if I can. There we are. So the idea is that this is many different groups all working towards common outcomes. This is one of those, which is the family justice system in BC and Alberta. So you can see there that the outcomes talk about breaking down silos, reducing toxic stress, connect families to supports, build resilience for family members, reduce personal justice sector economic and social costs. And then there's a series of strategies which are in 3 columns. One is about a paradigm shift based on the brain science. The middle one is the policies and programs to reduce toxic stress and strengthen resilience and support families. And then the third one is the innovations, the laboratory kind of model. Down below, you see the capacity development, what is required to make all of those happen. The goal here in their mind is that this is a 10-year project. They see this as taking a good 10 years to get going. And so then what you have is various projects underneath that. Oops, let me check my notes here. One of the things that I've been reading is the Surgeon General of California, Dr. Davis, I think is her name. She has been very big on ACEs. She's the one that came up with the comparison between ACEs and germ theory. Her goal for California is to reduce ACEs by 50% in 1 generation. So she's using this kind of a model for California. And that's an example of what is needed. You want to go from something, and so you have to decide, be able to explain what you have now, to something. What are your goals? What is our, so from the present situation to what do we want to achieve in our community on an issue? So to summarize what I'm talking about here, I see this as being part of complexity, and we need a complexity approach to it, not the usual approach used by city council and so forth. When efforts, as we now see in our community, we see efforts trying to address ACEs, they're not aligned. So they may offer help to some individuals, but our community is not improving. Addressing ACEs is complex. So using complexity theory, we should organize the community, work at the landscape regime and the niches, and have everyone aimed at the same long term, call it 10 years or whatever, but a long-term plan. Within that, we can have lots of projects. That's the laboratory. They can be short-term. They can be designed either to fail early with lessons learned or get scaled up. It's much easier to change your goals with projects, but if you can't just start changing a strategy map because all those people who committed to certain things now are being left high and dry. So the idea is to have a big picture and then within that have ways in which a lot of little things can happen that are aligned. The chart that I have there, and this is what's called a wiki. The idea is that it's an internet tool like Wikipedia where you can click on a X there or a little plus sign, and that lets you learn about that project further on. And then within that, you click again, and you can click again, and you can get more and more detail on what others are doing. By doing that, you can learn what other communities are up to, so we don't have to constantly be reinventing what we're trying to do. There's a lot of work being done by this ACES and Resilience program. And what I'm saying as well, this is pretty new stuff. In fact, it's very new stuff. So if you wanted to get part of this, you would actually be part of the cutting edge in this. Again, any questions or discussion before I go to my last section?
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything, Wayne, so.
Well, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Councillor Parslow.
Well, it's really addressed to you, Dale. You know, in the wiki that Wayne displayed, did you note all the emphasis on to the left side about early childhood education?
Yes.
Yes. So, and there were another aspect. So that's just a good example of the mayor of the community advocating and trying to bring people together around a need that is a key component to this whole business of reducing the instance of ACE or trauma in our young people. So I just wanted to point that out, that you know, looking at that wiki, then it aligns with some of the things that you're already doing.
Yeah, I think the issue to me when I think about this is its capacity, the capacity to be able to deal with it. And I found that with just the childcare alone is it's tough to have that kind of capacity within an organization to meet those needs. And that's an example of it, the childcare model. So thank you. Thanks, Wayne. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so Dawson Creek, what can you do? And I'll be telling a couple of stories in this part as well. The key question is the from that you want to leave, and to where do you want to reach? And I'm suggesting 10 years with individual projects, which I'm not saying the city should be conducting. What I'm saying is the whole point of this model that I'm suggesting is where the city is a leader but does not develop a bureaucracy and does not lead on the projects. They are basically getting the community to align itself so the community starts working on all of these projects together. And this Bill Barberg, who I've mentioned, is trying to teach communities how to do that. In fact, I sent this to Mr. Leckstrom, and I sent this to Councillor Parslow as well, that what Barberg has is an accelerator workshop for 1 hour this coming Wednesday, and explains how this can work so that it doesn't become the building of a new bureaucracy, but instead is a way of organizing a community around what the community really needs. What I have here is potential areas that I see Dawson Creek wanting to work on this with. I see schools and education, preschools, public schools, private schools, Northern Lights. And I would like to tell a little story about this from my reading in the New York Times from about a week and a half ago. Apparently, in the city of Boston, some 12 or 13 years ago, 13 or 14 years ago, they had some extra money in the budget. So they said, what we will do is invest this in preschools. And they did not have enough money for all of the children. So instead of picking various communities, they had a lottery. If your name was picked, you got preschool. If your name wasn't picked, you did not get preschool. As a result, you have a tremendous ability to develop some statistics about the effectiveness of preschool. This isn't the case where the rich kids got preschools and the poor ones didn't. This is where the entire community randomly had some members in and some out. So what led to a great study. And the reason that it came up now is because those children are now college age. And so they are at the very stage of seeing what the results were through their high school. And the first interesting thing is that they did not do better on grade 12 exams. Their academic improvement did not show. The two groups, the ones who went and the ones who didn't, the ones who did were sharper perhaps for the earliest grades. After that, it all evened out. The school system actually works for education in that sense. The second thing, though, is that the grad rate for those who went to the preschool was 70%, whereas the grad rate for those who did not was 64%. And the difference is 6%. So from 64 to 6%, that's almost 10% improvement in the grad rate from the fact that these people went to preschool 13 years earlier. It's quite a I think quite a significant number. The other thing is that the number of the children that were involved in the criminal system was significantly reduced by those who had the preschool, and the number of children who went to college was significantly increased by those who went to preschool. And the reason that I see this as being so relevant right now is that the federal government is talking about $10 preschools, $10 a day preschool for our cross country. Well, if somebody is organizing those preschools so that they properly address childhood trauma and catch those children and help those children, we are likely to get better results than if we don't pay attention to this issue up front. Another one that I could mention is justice, and in particular juvenile crime and so forth. We used to have victim offender programs in this community. I know that I was involved in 2 separate programs. We don't have them now because the police system in our town allows the detachment to determine if they are interested in victim offender or not. If they don't want it, it doesn't happen. So I was talking to Judge Galinsky last week, and she was disappointed in her prosecution days because the system didn't allow her to refer juveniles to some kind of a victim offender program. They had to go through the court system. That's what we required. It would be interesting if we aligned the police with this so that that children ages 15, 16, even 20, 21, if appropriate, their problems could get addressed, and they could be confronted by the people whose they did harm to and work out a way of arranging things with them. That's a second good example. Let's see, I have another one here. Yes, family court and family justice. You may not have seen the news, but again, just last week, the provincial court family rules became public. They require anyone who wants to go to family court in most of the areas of the province, they have to have a mediation first. They can't just go straight in and have their fight in front of a judge. They have to try mediation first. However, the Peace River is exempted from this. The reason? The mediators that the rest have are family justice counselors, and we have no family justice counselors in BC. I personally do a lot of work by Zoom. I do mental health review board hearings. I'm the chair of those, and so I do Zoom all around the province now. My suspicion is that the Attorney General's office is trying to develop a model by which they can offer mediation in our area by Zoom, so that we can have a mediation model run from, I don't think they'll get enough in Prince George, so it'll be Vancouver or Victoria. And again, instead of us having the professionals here and us developing our own way of addressing these kinds of problems, the system will say that it's going to be handled by those down south. If we get this kind of thing organized quickly enough, we will have our own models and we'll align those with our goals so that we don't lose leadership potential down south and don't lose the ability to work on this down south. I could tell a long story about pretty much every one of these that I've named here, and I suspect you could as well. Lining all of these together so that childhood trauma and childhood neglect is recognized and understood and addressed would be marvelous if they all worked on it together, and the realignment and the impact on children, if first of all they had the preschool so that a lot of them by that alone would get through high school. Then they could have the counseling so that more of them would, or they would have the parents who don't have such a bad divorce so more of them could, or they have the ability of dealing with resource societies, friendship centers, or the school system where they get special counseling, so again, more of them could. We could see where this could really help. The other thing where it impacts is on the parents. In Alberta, what you're seeing now is the parents are taking that brain story course. And so a mom, the quote from one of on their website says, this mom says, I have, I think it's 4 or 6 ACEs. My child now has 1. Because I've taken the course, I will do my best to make sure my child does not get any more, right? So the course itself is a brilliant way of getting people to learn about what we can do. So what I'd like to see is for council to offer or lead in preparing a community strategy map, and perhaps getting involved with Bill Barberg, or at least taking that workshop on Wednesday and seeing what happens. Secondly, you may want to link, and I would encourage you to link with the region, that is Fort St. John or the regional district, because first, I think a lot of this stuff will disappear down south otherwise. And secondly, because what we have already in the healthcare and in the justice system is a lot of linkage between the different areas. I also think we will find interest in those other communities. I'd like to see the city focus on where it could encourage this model. I don't know how that would look right now. That's this whole complexity thing. And then also the city could become part of the wiki and develop models so that everybody's efforts are aligned, so that failures are honored, so that we are learning from what doesn't work and we scale up successes. I want the problems destigmatized so that we have goals that work. I'm open to more questions, but that's my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Wayne. So, Council, any questions? Councillor Earl?
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Wayne. I do apologize. I missed the first portion of your presentation due to a scheduling conflict, but I did read through it, and I appreciate the work you put into it and your passion on the issue. I do have one quick follow-up question with respect to the note you made about local RCMP capacity around working with youth to divert them outside the criminal justice system. This is somewhat news to me. I know there was an instance last year, fairly public, where a young person got themselves into trouble, and the RCMP did work to, through a restorative justice model, to keep them, divert them away from the criminal justice system. And so to hear that that's not a capacity that either exists at the moment is news to me, and it's certainly something I'll follow up on, but I just wanted to make that comment, and thank you once again for your time.
Yeah, you're welcome. And if I could reply on that, we trained up about 6 or 8 mediators to do the original program in the 1980s. And then when the RCMP were really keen on it that would be when I think it was Councillor Newman was very involved. Then the police themselves would sit in on the hearings, and it was really impressive. I thought that was a brilliant model. And again, we had 6 or 8 people trained to do the work here. I don't know of anybody who's been trained to do that work now. I don't know of any, like the idea is you want a handful of cases referred to the police to the system per month. And one story is exactly in my mind, that's the problem. We need a systemic approach to these kinds of things, and we don't have it now that I'm aware of.
Thank you, Wayne. Councillor Wilbur.
Thank you. Thank you, Wayne, for your presentation. I find it very interesting for my line of work, some of the points that you have talked about. So I'm really interested in the brain story and that kind of stuff. But what I'm finding is funding that service providers are getting, the age is getting lowered. So we're seeing more programs for those age 15 to 30 who are falling through the school system, who have multiple barriers. So if they're a child that maybe visualized trauma, they're auditory learners. And if they're someone who maybe heard trauma but didn't visualize it, we're finding they're visual learners. And so it's putting those pieces together. So I'd be very interested in exploring this further with you, and I know with Councillor Parslow as well, because the funding that's coming federally and provincially is dealing with all of these pieces, but as adults. So the clients that we see through Aubert that we may refer to other wraparound services in the community, we're trying to make that strategic map, but really we're being funded to deal with the community far past preschool. So it would be interesting for young parents that we have coming in to maybe lead them down some of these paths that you've talked about to break that cycle. So I really appreciate you bringing this to council and this information. And I think part of building that strategic map is really going to come from the service providers in the community, that we're trying to do that on our own. So I find that very interesting. So thank you.
Yeah, and I like that comment a lot. What I'd like the city to do is maybe organize the meeting of all of those different groups so that they can then take it on themselves to develop their own strategy maps and so forth. As I said before, I think this needs a top-down start in terms of developing a strategy map. After that, it should not be the city's job to fund or develop this. It should be those organizations who are now all aligned to do it. And that's why I hope the city, like, you guys don't have a stake in the game right now. And that's why you're a perfect leader on this. Everyone else has their own agenda. They have their own projects, their own ways of getting money and so forth, as you described there. And the city doesn't have that. So you are a great opportunity for leading this.
Thank you, Wayne. Anything further from council? So thank you, Wayne. We appreciate, obviously, your attending today and giving us this presentation on a really interesting kind of topic, and we appreciate it. We'll bring it back under Mayor's business and have some further discussion about it. So we appreciate you being here today. Thank you.
You're very welcome, and I'm happy to take any follow-up if that would be helpful.
Thank you. So that then concludes our delegations. I would like to go back now to Committee of the Whole, and if we can finish that off. And so now we'll move to our corporate officer.
Good afternoon. I'll just, I have 4 different items to highlight within my report. First, in regards to the council chamber's voting system. The system doesn't have the capabilities to register a vote remotely. Therefore, we will continue with obtaining the votes with a show of hands until such time that all of council members are in attendance in council chambers. There is talk of an update that may be able to accommodate remote voting, but that's not expected until at least fall. And I want to thank you all for your patience while we work through the kinks of learning this new system. There seems to be a new one each meeting, so hopefully one of these meetings will have a smooth smooth go. The next item is procurement. The number of requests for tenders and RFPs and RFQs have been reduced due to the new spending levels being able to be approved by the senior manager level. Construction projects under $200,000 and goods and services under $75,000. This greatly reduces the staff time previously spent on the open bidding process and also reduces the time required from both admin and council preparing, submitting, and approving reports for the successful bidders. The annual report, the first draft has been presented at this meeting and it's now available to council and the public for any comments. Comments received will be presented back to council on June 28th when the document's considered for final approval. And I want to thank all staff for submitting their department information and to Melissa for creating the final product. And the last item I want to highlight is staffing changes. Our communication clerk has been transferred over to the HR department to take on HR clerical support, but she's also taking with her the communication duties, so there should be no decrease in this service. And the economic development assistance portion of the communication clerk's position has been transferred over to the executive assistant. And therefore, the grant writing from her position is being transferred to Tanya Steddle, our records management project, the records management coordinator, and that project is temporarily put on hold until staffing levels increase. So we've got a little bit of time here that our staffing levels are down, so we'll do our best to keep business moving forward.
Do our juggling?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Brenda. Any questions? Councillor Jovac?
I just wondered about the two contracts that are going to be reposted. What reasoning was there? One was radio upgrades, and the other one was the cleaning the lagoons.
Transfer to Kevin.
Through your worship, those particular contracts, I believe they came in and they were way over budget, so we're going to have to look at the scope and try and adjust and put them back out with a reduced scope.
Thank you, Kevin. Anything further for Brenda?
I believe Councillor Parslow would.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Councillor Parslow.
Yes, going to the voting issue, just help me with that. So if somebody is away and engaged in Zoom, like I am, the conventions is that that person stays silent during voting if they are in line with the motion and only tries to speak if he or she is going to vote against the agenda. So if we have that convention, can you help me understand why there would be a difficulty in having the voting system in place for council, even there's one person away?
Yes, through your worship. Let's say that there was a communication difficulty, which we've definitely experienced in the past, and if that was the reason why we were not hearing any response on a vote, and that person that was absent was actually opposed, that would be an issue. So it's just something we're going to be working through. I have reached out to other communities in the province to see what they're doing in regards to voting from outside of their council chambers, but I haven't heard back any that have a solution to this.
Okay, can I ask something else then? What if the mayor, who's chairing the meeting, before makes sure that he has engaged verbally with the absent person? And that would be a requirement?
Yes, that was the first option that I was going to consider, is that the mayor would make a point of asking whoever was on the phone for their vote in favor or opposed, and then having, we just don't have the capabilities of marking the vote from that counselor station unless somebody's actually sitting there. So that's what we're working towards.
So and so that's a great point, and I know that the chair of the Peace River Regional District, when people phone in, that deliberately at each motion then asks, are there any contrary minded on the phone, and then that gives those that are on the phone the opportunity to provide that indication at that time. And so absolutely I can do that without any problem whatsoever for the folks that are calling in that aren't able to be here in person.
So Dale, can we add to that then, if to harmonize this voting thing, if I was to say I'm going to vote negative, when you call the vote, could a fellow councillor press the appropriate button in my station?
Through your worship, that would be possible. At the moment, it's a little awkward with the partitions between each station, unless one of them is removed.
Or broken.
But yeah, we will work through the system.
We'll work through that, Councillor Parslow, and certainly, hopefully, in the not too distant future, we're less encumbered by our physical surroundings.
Yes. Yep. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further for Brenda? Thank you, Brenda.
Welcome.
And so now we have Financial Services, Development Services Manager. We got one of those. Welcome, Bill. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
The floor is yours.
Thanks. So I'll be presenting the Committee of the Whole report for Development and Regulatory Services for April. In regards to planning and development, as we all know, the BC Housing Project apartment complex is complete. The building itself is complete and occupancy was issued. Civil works are underway. They should be completed in summer, late summer of this year. In regards to the building department, slight increase in building permits, April over March, with tenant improvements, a new single-family dwelling, and a couple other permits. So far this month, there's been an uptick in applications for May so far. In regards to Bylaw, they continued to investigate complaints. They had 44 complaints in the month of April with 33 warnings. With the warmer weather, complaints regarding homeless and individuals living in RVs has started to come in. And they completed an unsightly cleanup on the 9400 block of 8th Street. Engineering, they completed the design, tendering, and reviewed the bids for the 2021 capital projects. They also began administering the asphalt and concrete repair program. Couple notes, the building inspector position is vacant as well as the planning position, so we're looking to fill those vacancies. Yeah, that's everything I have.
Good. Thank you, Bill. Any questions? I see the hotel now on Alaska Avenue starting to show signs of construction and everything proceeding along for us in that regard. And is that an issue for us with building inspection?
They're starting the framing process, and they did get a, under BC Building Code, you need to have fire department access, because during the framing portion of construction, that's when the building's it's most susceptible to fire. So they did put a road in there. So, and they are continuing with framing.
Operationally, though, for you in terms of being able to keep up to building inspection on it and things like that is?
Yeah, we're doing
good.
Doing okay right now.
Awesome. Thanks, Bill. Perfect. Anything further? Any questions?
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Have a great afternoon.
You too. Thanks.
And next up, we have a report from our recreation manager. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Nice to have you here this afternoon.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Yes.
The floor is yours.
Go easy on me today.
Well, I can't speak for the others.
No. So through your worship, our configuration of our new registration software is underway. We have staff working on it right now, and we're hoping that it will be ready by mid-September. Fees and charges policy is also under review. Staff have completed the draft for the arena and is currently working on the pool, and then we'll move on to the sports fields. For the upgrade of the multi-use outdoor facility, so the tennis courts, we did not receive the funding through Canada's Healthy Community Initiative grant, the first round, so we are revisiting with Urban Systems. We have been in talks with them, and we're going to meet again and then resubmit for the second round, which the deadline is June 25th. And for the upgrade as well, we did apply for an NDIT grant for $174,000 and waiting for a response for that as well. Minor ball is now in season and been using the sports fields. And as of today, with our partnership with South Peace Junior Soccer, registration opened for soccer. It will be held from June to August on Saturdays throughout the summer months, which we're happy to get it up and running. The sports coordinator and general manager had their first ICE user meeting in April, and the next meeting will be held in August. The pool is working with HR for a posting for internal lifeguards, and then we'll go external. And currently the pool's focusing on the pool capacity and the staffing and cleaning of the pool. SEALs are in the pool practicing, but they are not sure if they're going to have competition, and the provincial one definitely did get canceled. So recreation manager, me, I am chairing a meeting with BCRPA as the Northeast Regional Representative for our region with other municipalities and districts to discuss what the next steps look like with the restart program in terms of sport and recreation. So we'll have talks tomorrow. Councillor Earl had already mentioned that the cleanup went very well, and that we're very thankful that everyone, it's all good. Nobody got hurt, sick, or anything, and a lot of garbage picked up. We thank the Rotarians. They helped 21 seniors in assisting in removing the yard waste. And I don't know if anyone noticed in the park, but the eco counter has been up since April 19th. And so far it's clocked over 4,000 individuals going in and out of the park. So wow. Yeah, it's pretty great. Community services, general manager and recreation manager have met with other local organizations to host it was our first biannual resource meeting to discuss what resources we have in our community and how to better support one another. So we're hoping to get more organizations to participate. Some of those were like the library, network ministries, and the art gallery. So registration for summer camps opens June 7th, and the pool registration opens June 12th. Our focusing on programming will still continue to be skills and drills. We are collaborating with Engage Sport North for the summer to do programming for 0 to 6 of age, and these will be free programs, and there's 16 of them throughout the summer. Community Services received our $5,000 grant from Shell Canada, so that will, with the restrictions, hopefully, phases changing, that we will be having 2 special events during the summer, one in August and one in July. And we also received a $1,000 grant from Participation. So they wanted to see it being a long-lasting thing. So we have created Community Better Challenge Participation activity kits. And it's celebrating Participation's 50 years in action. So we are focusing on like retro gaming and stuff. So jacks and all that type of thing. So. And hoping that we will be the next one to win the $100,000 for Canada's Healthiest Community. So, does anyone have any questions?
Thank you, Erin. Councillor Earl?
Thank you, Erin, and congratulations. Just with respect, I'm very keen on the online program meeting with the 5 community organizations. One thing I know from my experience in working and volunteering in the nonprofit sector is there's always seems to be overlap or redundancy or a reproduction of effort between several kind of nonprofits that exist in their own silos, and I'm always curious as to over the long term what the cost to the community is in a lack of efficiencies and a lack. So any efforts we can make to help those folks collaborate so they're maybe not reproducing the same efforts, I think is worthwhile, and hopefully we can get more people involved in that.
Thank you. Anything further?
Yes,
Go ahead, Councillor Parslow.
congratulations, Aaron. I'm
Thank you.
personally very pleased. We have a wealth of talent in our staff. To see them get promoted is just great with me. I may have missed this in your presentation. I heard you say about the $5,000 grant from Shell. So that's, I'm just asking a question about the free swim during the summer. Is that being reinstated? And is that being financially supported like it was by a number of oil gas cheerleaders for the community?
Yeah. My understanding is that it is not being done again.
Okay. Question to staff. Can we hear why it's not being done? Is it just related to COVID, or is there some other reason?
It was always, to me, it was always a reach out by the industry. I know Swamp Donkey, Trent did it, and I think Browns, I can't remember the organization, but it was a special, they would reach out and say, we want to sponsor the free swim for Christmas time or different events like that. And I don't know that we've had anything further as a result of reach out from any of those organizations. Blair?
Your Worship, maybe just for some clarity, I think with the issue we're facing with COVID at 50 swimmers in the pool at a time, it made little sense to do free swimming when the impact was on so few people within the community. So the individuals that have participated in the past, I'm sure will be there in the future. But last year and this year, because of the restrictions that we see with the number of people allowed in the pool, it didn't make a great deal of sense for the minimal swimmers allowed in there.
Thank you. Thank you. Anything further, Councillor Parslow?
No. I obviously had made a mistake with the opening of stuff. I thought the pool was open, but obviously it's not. So I understand and accept the rationale. Thank you.
Thank you. The one thing I was actually last week with the announcement by the province of sending that signal at reopening and starting to broaden the public gathering potentially and impacting. And I guess I just raise this as a comment potentially for council and to administration as well, as the aspect that we may see that ramped up attention and request by the user groups at the rinks potentially of saying, look, we want a earlier ice season this year if we can start to ramp up minor hockey and do things like that, and the figure skaters and et cetera, and other user groups. And then the whole component around access to services when and if the province opens up our access to our facilities. I maybe should talk to Melina about that, but it's just more about readying that interaction with the user groups. If there's an anticipation, they're going to want to see us have that, make that request of us that we hear that sooner rather than later for council to be able to consider that. Chanté?
Through your worship, so we did host an ice users meeting to discuss what was happening. So we will host another one in August with the groups, but the plan is to open up as per the ice allocation. One of the concerns was that we brought up was we have to do some work next spring. So we're going to make sure that we can look at spring ice at that point and then make sure that we work with them. But again, we did meet with them again to have that conversation. And we'll make sure we send another email out to see if anyone has any concerns in that.
Sure.
And as Aaron stated too, tomorrow we're starting to work with the province. So Aaron is the representative for the BCRPA, and then each director across the province meets and we start looking at what does that look like, because we don't have like what's going to happen with the pool. Like, are we going to go from 50 right to 400 people right away? That's not necessarily going to work. So we just have to work with that to see what we're going to open up and what does stage 4 look like for the city of Dawson Creek.
Sure. Thank you. Thanks, Aaron. Anything further, council?
Thank you, Your Worship.
Sorry,
maybe I'll
go
just
ahead.
take one moment just to, I know that congratulations have been offered to Aaron. Aaron is our new recreation manager. has worked at the city for a considerable length of time and done incredible work for our city. So on behalf of not just ourselves here at the city, but on behalf of the residents, welcome and congratulations, Aaron.
Thank you very
40
much.
years of service.
40.
40 more.
The mayor said that.
Councilor Dover. Congratulations, Aaron.
Thank you.
I just had one question. You were talking about the grant for the tennis courts
Yes.
being delayed. Is that going to delay the project?
We are waiting for that, so it is going to be on hold. Well, because we don't have more money other than the capital, so we
Okay.
will have to review that as we go. I'm hoping that we will hear faster this last time around, since it is the second set, and there won't be a third time. So second time's the charm, hopefully.
So is there a chance that it might get put off till next year? Like if it's, because I mean, we're already getting into
well,
June.
we've already talked that it's to go to 2022. So
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Thanks, Aaron. Thank you, Darcy. Councilor Dover. Next up, our report from our facilities manager. Good afternoon. Lena, welcome.
Hi.
Good to have you here. Floor is
Your
yours.
Worship, good afternoon, and thank you for having me here today. I'm excited for Parks. We've hired our new seasonal term Parks foreman. Corey Hurd was awarded that position earlier this month. We received a $2,500 grant through Shell Canada for our Black Knot program. The hanging baskets arrived and have been mounted throughout the city downtown core. Bedding plants are due to arrive the first week of June. In facilities, we're continuing to work on updating our security cameras throughout city facilities and a few key parking lots where break-ins are happening more often. We awarded some contracts through capital work to the following companies. So Overflow received the kin washroom and change room upgrades. They're to start at the end of June. KBAC lobby and area flooring went to Heggie Construction. Calvin Crook humidifier replacement was awarded to Bluefish Ventures Limited. A floor mat and linen rental contract was awarded to Spring Fresh Linen and mat rentals, who have actually been serving the city since 2013. Memorial HVAC system design went to J. Davis Engineering. The construction for that will commence in 2022. The arenas are fully shut down. Ice is out. We're working on our header trenches, making sure that they're clean. Everything is tight and ready to go for 21-22 season. Every one of our staff has moved out except for 2, which will continue doing all the painting and the cleaning and the making sure that the arenas are ready to go in the fall. We are working on the cooling towers. We're cleaning them out, as well as the water tank system are getting sanitized, drained and sanitized. Pool maintenance team is working on prepping for the summer maintenance shutdown. All capital items are now ordered and ready for a quick install so we can have a quick turnover. And that's it for my report.
Thank you, Lena. Councilor Jovac.
Do you still have somebody that goes around, checks trees? I was just concerned about the poplar trees that are along 13th Street at Kin Park. There's quite a few dead branches on them, and I noticed one half of the tree, the branches have been cut off already, so I don't know whether they're rotten or they look kind of shaky to me.
So we do have, we are going through, so every Friday, Parks Foreman and myself have been going out and checking trees. We've got an email that went out today to 3 local tree companies that do the removals and can do the pruning, and we're waiting for prices to come back.
So how do you do the checking? Is it just visual or?
It's just visual, and then we do take, there is a little tool that we take and we make sure that if there's a hole in the tree, that it's not soft and the tree isn't going to fall down.
Because there is a tool that you can actually drill cores out of the trunk and measure how much decay there is in there.
I can sure check into that.
Thank you. Guy that lived trees. Anything further from Melina? Thank you. Oh, go ahead, Councillor Parslow.
Okay, thank you, Melina. Just one question about the security cameras. Just refresh my memory. Who monitors them, and is it year-round, etc.?
Through your worship, yes, it is. So that's monitored from each of the supervisors at those facilities. It would be a daunting task for myself to have to monitor them all. But we do have, with the new upgrade system, we do have the ability to have them on the supervisor's cell phones, as well as city-issued cell phones, as well as we're mounting monitors in each of the staff rooms. So staff room on their break can monitor and alert if there's anything going on at the time.
So, yeah, thank you. So these cameras are internal viewing for safety and so on, rather than security on the outside. That's my misunderstanding. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor Parslow. Anything further? Council? Thank you, Melina. Thanks for coming in this afternoon. Have a great week.
You too.
So that then concludes our item there, and we go back now to our delegation. We had a request from our presentation this afternoon from Wayne Plennert, and there were a number of items of identification or requests in, I'll just pull it up here. So offer or lead in preparation of a community strategic map, and there's the first one, and I guess from my perspective, we've talked about how and where we've been trying to gain the capacity to do the work that we do today, and is this part of that, and who then takes that work on behalf of the city? Councillor Dober?
I just wanted to comment a little bit on Wayne's presentation. I've been around that a little bit in the past with Wayne, and I think it's pretty powerful stuff, and it'd be nice to see some kind of way that it could be implemented in the city, and I don't know, like there's a lot to it, and I don't know how that works. But it would be kind of nice to have a shorter version of like what we could do to promote it and help and spearhead it to these other organizations.
Yeah, I again, it's always capacity, right? In terms of who has the capacity and where who and within our administration do we give it to take on off of and within their operation. And that's always the issue that I think we're going to have is, do we have the funding in place to be able to provide that to somebody internally? Not that it's of value or not, is it a priority item that council is going to identify to provide that direction to? Councillor Jovac?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think any of us can disagree with the intent of Wayne's presentation. The thing is that, there are levels of government that have the mandate for that role. We have tried it before here. We've got a number of organizations, nonprofit organizations that take money from different levels of government and duplicate, a lot of activities. And we tried at one point to get some coordination, and I don't think it ever worked. We had a report there, and I forget how many different organizations, like I think it was in the hundreds in town here. And they're all operating with their own overhead, their own office space, the whole thing. It's a monumental issue, and I mean, obviously, when you talk about starting from scratch, dealing with family issues, and you're talking about success over generations, and yeah, I think it's worthwhile doing, but I don't believe that we need to take it on as a city and have the taxpayers support it. It's a much bigger project than that. And, however, if there's individual councillors that want to take something like that on and try and coordinate something in the city, the councillors are already reimbursed or get a per diem or whatever. That's something that's different. But I know Shaylee in the past has coordinated projects. And that type of thing, I think, is, doable if there was somebody that was interested. But to take it on through administration, I don't think is the right thing to do.
Thank you. Councillor Wilbur?
Thank you. And thank you for that, Councillor Jovac. And I actually align with what Councillor Jovac saying. This isn't something that I think the city has the capacity to do. And I do know that service providers are starting to get together and meet monthly and look at wraparound services in the community, because the issue is service groups are awarded federal and provincial funding for a specific purpose. So it may seem like they're duplicating services, except that the funding they were given is for those services. They don't have a choice in age dynamics or the service that they provide, because that's what they got the funding for. So there is some change in which service providers were given what new contracts, and case studies are being done. So I think that it's something that I can take back, be working with a service provider. We do meet monthly to the group, and maybe they could come and do a presentation to council in showing what services are provided in the community, because sometimes people just don't understand what the wraparound services are or what is in place and what has been moving forward. So, and I think some of the things that Wayne talks about are happening, but maybe, again, those providers aren't connecting with the right people. So it might be worth having Mr. Plenner come and present to that group. I, for one, am very interested in this brainstorming course and looking at that and seeing what that means and how does it affect the wraparound services that we're providing in our community. So I don't think this is something that comes from a city level, but I think it's really important that our service providers come to the city and say, this is actually what we have available. So I know within one of our contracts, we are talking about restorative justice and working with the court system and working with counselors for our youth. So that is in place and it's a piece of this, but does everybody in the community know that? So I think there's opportunity here. I just don't think it's going to come from the city. I think it has to come from the providers in the community. And we just need to get our ducks in the row and then create that map ourselves and then present it to the city so everybody's aware of what's available.
Thank you. Honestly, when we say the city will offer or lead it, and as Councillor Jovac indicates, we have a councillor if you want to have the opportunity to take on a specific initiative or a specific tactic. But when we say we're going to council endorse it, we're giving it over across the room. And that's the issue. And my concern is if we do that, we then are saying we got a 40 passenger bus with 20 people on it. They got some more capacity. And we've said we just can't do that, and we prioritize. So again, it's not about the question of, is this an important initiative? Is this strategy important? Is it worthwhile? Is it valuable? It is. I completely agree with that. I've used childcare as an example. I've struggled with that for 6 or 7 months, trying to lead it on my own with no capacity, and it's tough, right? It's just tough to do, and you can't lob the ball across the net. There's nobody there to be able to do that. So, I honestly feel for it. So,
can I speak?
Go ahead, Councillor Parslow.
Well, I have I've witnessed efforts led by the mayor, I forget what we called them, Dale. I attended them, where you brought a variety of industries and service groups together, as under your economic development platform. Do you remember they were held? And there must have been about 50 or 60 people there. And I'm reflecting on that, or we bring people together. Maybe it's not such a good example as the economic. I think it was an economic forum, wasn't it?
That's right. We called it the Mayor's Roundtable, and we invited all the industry and all the local businesses, trying to connect them. Had a budget of about $17,000 or $15,000 for that event, and certainly under economic development, we haven't done anything like that. We got 17 grand for in the economic development budget today, but I took on the initiative of, with staff, organizing that. So it's the work. That's the part. It's the effort, the work and I rely on staff to help do that.
Well, I'm just thinking of a mayor's forum that brings people, service providers together, and the Wayne Planet lead the discussion. But it's people are invited to attend for the mayor, and who knows what might happen. I know also another point that resonates with me is Wayne's concern about services being done remotely for the Northeast, and that he felt that Fort St. John Regional District, other municipal governments, maybe he also said this maybe should be a regional push. I want to talk to him more about that. We strength in numbers. So I am signed up to take this 1 hour free webinar on Wednesday, and I would say let's suggest maybe we defer decision until one or two of us have watched that program, and we just have a chat about it in the next council meeting.
Honestly, I don't see council having any direction here that they're going to move forward with on it, and so that's a no direction to me that we're taking at this point. And again, I don't have I got only so much capacity, and I just can't take on one more thing off the side of it. Councillor Wilbur?
I believe that Councillor Parslow and staff were given the link for Wednesday. If that could be shared out so others could watch it if they wanted to, I'd appreciate that. The other thing is, Councillor Parslow, the service providers in the community are already meeting once a month. So I think maybe aside from council, I would be happy to make sure Mr. Plannard and yourself were invited to that, because they are currently meeting once a month, so that we're not duplicating services as best we can. And we have met with the high school to partner with Central to offer tutoring for students so that they're not falling through the cracks. So I think these are steps that are in place. We just didn't connect maybe with Mr. Plannard. So I'd be happy to invite Wayne and yourself to the next service provider meeting, and maybe that's where we start. Honestly, I don't see it as a capacity that we can put on staff at the moment or the city. I think it's happening. We just got to get you guys to our table.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for that. And nothing else for open? Blair?
Your Worship, just as to, I will send the email out. Certainly, I think it will be a sign up, so I'll get it to you as quickly as this meeting wraps up today. Mr. Plannard indicated that Councillor Parslow is signed up already. I was going to try. I see it overlaps with a previous commitment I have in my schedule, but for any councillors that are able, I think it, and certainly your interest, Councillor, I'll make sure you have it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Blair. So if we can, we'll recess the open and go to closed. Brenda?
The motion to go into closed?
Sorry. Of a motion to recess to close, Councillor Earl, Councillor Kemp, and the resolution to move to closed dealing with agenda items 3.1 and 4.1 are 90 minutes. Sections, agenda items 6.1, 6.2, and 7.1 are information is prohibited from disclosure under the Freedom of Information. And agenda item 7.2 is section 91K, negotiations or related discussions respecting a provision of municipal service that are in the preliminary stages. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So we'll take a 5-minute break while we allow the staff to leave, and we'll reconvene our closed.